κυρία Κάνερ είναι έξω ακόμα. Νομίζω σιγά σιγά πρέπει να ξεκινήσουμε. Verbat veli, pari Luis. Urachem, llegatzek. So we are about to start. Ωραία. So I'm very happy to welcome you for this first session. We'll start with a keynote speech by Raymond-Haroutioun, and I will introduce him shortly. Raymond-Haroutioun is one of the most important authors of Armenian studies in France today. Raymond-Haroutioun has been for many years the head of the Armenian collections at the National Library of France. He was in charge for many years of Armenian history classes at the Department of Armenian Studies of the National Institute of Oriental Languages and Civilizations in Alco. He was a professor at the Department of Geopolitics at Paris 8 Saint-Denis. Raymond-Haroutioun was the head of the Nubarian Library in Paris from 1986 to 2012. The Nubarian Library is one of the most important Armenian libraries in the world outside of Armenia. At this posting, he has helped many young, and nowadays less young researchers, as myself, coming from all origins. Raymond-Haroutioun is the head of the foundation board of the Institute Museum of the Genocide in Yerevan. Raymond-Haroutioun's interests cover various aspects of the history of the Near East, with a special focus on the Armenian case. His works cover many historical grounds. History of Armenian books and printing, photograph and demographic data analysis, especially in his major book, Les Arméniens dans l'Empire Ottoman à la veille du génocide, which was published in Paris in 1992. And this book has been published in Turkish in Istanbul as well. He recently published an analytical and general history of the Armenian genocide, which was published in Paris in 2012. And I know that this book has been translated into English and was published in London at Taurus. And I want to underline the fact that Raymond-Haroutioun is one of the rare French historians who have been translated into English, Russian, and Turkish. Our distinguished colleague today will make a presentation about the aftermath of the Ottoman defeat and the completion of the demographic engineering initiated by the CUP, the Committee Union and Progress. His presentation will be based on a new book he will publish in September in Paris. On a more personal level, I met Raymond Kevorkian decades ago in Venice at a summer program of Armenian language. And I cannot emphasize enough that I'm very thankful to him for his support in my own research, especially in the time when I was writing my PhD thesis. Raymond Kevorkian's title today is Mustafa Kemal and the Elimination of Armenian and Greek Survivors, 1919-1922. Dear Raymond-Haroutioun, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Vous allez m'excuser, je vais parler en français. I speak in French, hein, okay? Tout d'abord, un grand merci au département d'études turques de l'Université nationale d'Athènes pour cette invitation. C'est la première fois que j'ai l'opportunité de parler à Athènes sur ces questions. Peut-être que le contexte international favorise cette expérience. Alors, j'ai un beau texte ici écrit que je pourrais vous lire gentiment, mais je vais essayer d'être un peu plus spontané. Alors, je vais commencer par une question qui me paraît essentielle et centrale, c'est de définir le génocide qui s'est perpétré pendant la Première Guerre mondiale et après la Première Guerre mondiale. Personnellement, pendant une trentaine d'années, je n'ai pas intégré dans cette terminologie l'expérience vécue par les Grecs ottomans. Mais ça, c'était avant que je travaille, et ça fait plusieurs années que je travaillais sur l'après-guerre dans l'Empire ottoman, sur l'action menée par les héritiers du Comité Union et Progrès et le mouvement kémaliste. Et à la fin de cette enquête, j'ai conclu que la population grecque ottomane, et plus particulièrement les Grecs des régions pontiques, faisait partie du processus général qui a abouti à un génocide en 1915. En 1915, et on est obligé effectivement maintenant d'étendre cet événement jusqu'aux années au moins 1922. Ça, c'est une évidence. OK.
I will summarize step by step. So my first point would be how to define genocide as it was committed during World War I and afterwards. For many years, I have not integrated Ottoman Greeks into the victims of this process, but this has changed, and I do include them now, and especially the Pontus Greeks. I do believe now that they belong to targeted groups by the Committee Union and Progress. And the time frame should be extended from 1915 to 1922.
Merci. Alors, pour conclure sur cette question, il faut, enfin, de mon point de vue, il faut, quand on emploie le terme de génocide dans l'Empire ottoman pendant la Première Guerre mondiale et dans les quelques années qui suivent, je crois qu'il faut englober dans ce process trois groupes historiques de l'Empire ottoman, les Arméniens en premier lieu, qui ont été évidemment les plus touchés, puisqu'ils ont perdu à peu près 2/3 de leur population locale, sur à peu près 2 millions d'habitants. Il faut intégrer évidemment les populations assyro-chaldéennes, qui étaient moins nombreuses, environ 500 000 personnes à la veille de la guerre, et qui ont dû perdre à peu près la moitié de leurs représentants pendant la guerre, et enfin les populations grecques. Alors, concernant les Grecs, la complexité et qui posait problème pour l'historien, c'est, on va dire, une élimination par étapes. Vous savez tous, et notamment les travaux de Taner-Akçam l'ont bien montré, mais il y a aussi les travaux de Emre Erol, donc qui a fait sa thèse à Leiden avec Eric Zürcher. Il y a vraiment une étape pré-conflit, c'est-à-dire au printemps 1914, où la population grecque égéenne était directement visée par une opération qui, disons, on peut à la rigueur considérer qu'elle n'a pas une nature génocidaire, mais enfin, elle a au moins une nature à éliminer cette population, c'est-à-dire à expulser tous les habitants de ces régions. Le discours sur la sécurité ne tient pas puisque la guerre n'était pas commencée, donc il y avait aucune cohérence pour justifier ce genre de démarche. Il faut préciser aussi que on observe à cette occasion au printemps 14 les premières opérations menées concrètement par l'organisation spéciale, le Teşkilat-ı Mahsusa, dans sa nouvelle organisation. Voilà un premier point.
So what do we mean by genocide in the Ottoman frame? We should include three groups, of course, the Armenians, who were about 2 million before World War I in the Ottoman Empire, and they did lose about 2/3 of their members. The Assyro-Chaldeans, who were 500,000, and they probably lost half of their members, and the Ottoman Greeks. As far as the Ottoman Greeks are concerned, we have to say that this was a step-by-step elimination process. And there are some works by Taner-Akçam and Emre Erol, who wrote his PhD thesis in Leiden with Eric Zürcher as a supervisor, who inform us about these events. The first step is a pre-conflict one, taking place in the spring 1914, and Aegean Greeks were targeted by measures of expulsions, and the justification that they were a threat to the safety of the empire is ungrounded since the war had not even begun.
Merci. Donc, il y a un autre élément qui est assez peu pris en compte, c'est en fait des déportations, mais à court rayon d'action de populations grecques, notamment des zones de la mer Noire, des côtes de la mer Noire, pendant la guerre, mais vers l'intérieur, assez rarement au-delà de 100 à 150 kilomètres, donc, mais qui ont fait des victimes quand même, et qu'on peut mettre en parallèle évidemment avec les déportations arméniennes qui, elles, ont eu une toute autre ampleur et une autre nature. Alors on peut évidemment l'expliquer par la position officielle de l'État grec pendant la guerre, qui n'a pas pris une position, on va dire, bien nette à l'égard ou de l'entente ou de l'Axe, et qui explique une certaine prudence des jeunes Turcs. Mais Par contre, évidemment, cette prudence est rompue après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, la Première Guerre mondiale. Ce que je voudrais souligner, c'est que l'élément qui me paraît le plus déterminant, c'est le harcèlement systématique qui est mené dès 1919, avant même la création du mouvement kémaliste en Anatolie, par les réseaux jeunes turcs qui survivent bien entendu sur place à l'égard des populations grecques qui rentrent de déportation. Il y en a pas mal, notamment dans les Dardanelles ou en Thrace, mais qui visent aussi les rescapés arméniens qui essayent de rentrer dans leur foyer après l'armistice.
Already in the first step of these elimination program, the role of the Teşkilat Mahsusa cannot be underestimated. The process is characterized in the time of the conflict by deportations to short distances, not further than 100 or 150 kilometers, especially of Pontus Greeks. And these deportations resembled the Armenian case, although they were more limited. But they did have, as a consequence, many victims. And after 1918, that is, after the defeat and after the fact that Greece was no more neutral, there was no more such benign measures. And after 1918, the networks of the young Turks, that is, even before the creation of the Kemalist movement, did systematically harass returnees, Greek and Armenian returnees, who tried to come back to their homes, especially in the regions of the Dardanelles and in Thrace.
Merci. Alors, la deuxième question qu'il faut préciser et qui est un peu le cœur du travail que j'ai mené concerne en fait la continuité entre la politique du Comité Union et Progrès à l'égard donc des populations non musulmanes, et en particulier des Grecs, des Arméniens et des Assyro-Chaldéens. Donc le lien entre cette politique et celle du mouvement kémaliste. Alors, pour ceux qui ont bien lu le travail pionnier de Eric Zürcher, je crois que c'est le premier qui a clairement mis en évidence une continuité non seulement idéologique, mais également humaine entre les deux groupes. Il donne des éléments extrêmement concrets et surtout, il recense un nombre considérable de cadres jeunes turcs qui se sont recyclés, évidemment, dans la mouvance de Mustafa Kemal. Mais si vous voulez, cette première avancée historiographique de Zürcher ignore cependant un autre aspect, c'est une continuité de cette politique qui vise à finir, j'emploie le mot finir, achever le process entamé pendant la Première Guerre mondiale d'élimination donc des groupes que j'ai évoqués. Ça me paraît absolument essentiel, et c'est sur ce point précis que j'ai essayé un petit peu de développer mon raisonnement.
The main question at the core of my next book will be the question of continuity between the Committee on Union and Progress as far as their policy towards non-Muslims, that is Greeks, Armenians and Assyro-Chaldeans, and the policy of the Kemalist movement. The first historian who wrote about these topics was Eric Zürcher, who underlined ideological and personal continuities between the two periods. For instance, he showed that many upper dignitaries switched from the CUP to the Kemalist organization. This is what I want to emphasize, is the aspect of continuity as far as the completion of the elimination is concerned in the Kemalist period.
Okay. Alors, au sorti de la Première Guerre mondiale, il faut essayer un petit peu d'évaluer, donc il faut aller vers les archives arméniennes ou grecques, ou plus exactement des patriarcats œcuméniques et arméniens qui avaient une administration assez consistante à Constantinople, pour s'interroger sur on va dire l'avenir, quel avenir voyaient ces populations dans le cadre ottoman après l'expérience vécue de la Première Guerre mondiale. On peut sérieusement se poser la question. D'autant que deux gros dossiers énormes étaient sur la table et qu'il fallait régler. Le premier, c'était que les rescapés qui rentraient dans leur foyer puissent récupérer leurs biens personnels, leur maison, leur foyer. Ça, c'était la première question. La deuxième, encore beaucoup plus douloureuse, c'est la question, en fait, des enfants et des jeunes femmes qui avaient été enlevés pendant la guerre, mariés, adoptés, je mets des guillemets bien sûr, et que les instances arméniennes en particulier avaient un mal considérable à récupérer. En fait, il y avait une très très forte résistance. On a des statistiques extrêmement précises. On connaît le nombre d'orphelins récupérés ou non récupérés, encore détenus, vilayet par vilayet et même sanjak par sanjak, bien évidemment. Et on s'interroge. La loi de confiscation des biens dits abandonnés n'a été annulée que en janvier 1920, c'est-à-dire à une période où le mouvement national, on va dire les kémalisto-unionistes, avaient retrouvé un petit peu de couleur, c'est-à-dire qu'ils allaient un petit peu mieux. Voilà. En fait, l'annulation de cette loi n'a eu strictement aucune efficacité en termes de récupération des biens. Les autorités centrales qui étaient censées coopérer avec les hauts commissaires britanniques et français n'ont jamais fait le moindre effort pour favoriser le retour des enfants ou des jeunes femmes qui avaient été enlevés pendant la guerre et qui continuent à être détenus dans des familles ou dans des harems du pays.
In order to get information about the aftermath of World War I, one has to get closer to the archives, the Greek and the Armenian archives in Constantinople. The two patriarchates had a large bureaucracy and had many documents. And this would help the researcher to answer the question, what will the future after World War I that the community authorities were conceiving for their flock within the Ottoman frame. And there were two major questions to be solved. The first one was how to retrieve the homes and the properties of the survivors and the returnees who wanted to settle down again at their former place. And the second question was that of children who were abducted and adopted, forcibly adopted, and women who were abducted and forcibly married into Muslim families. And it was a very difficult task, but we have statistics, very detailed statistics for each vilayet and even each sanjak, and we know exactly how many people did remain in Muslim families and did not return to Armenian or Greek structures. As far as the abandoned properties were concerned, the law about the confiscation of these so-called abandoned properties was abolished in January 1920. But at that time, the Kemalist movement had gained power, and we have to say that the Central Ottoman authorities, who were supposed to collaborate with the High Commissioners of France and Great Britain, actually did not facilitate the return of these properties and of the people, the children and the women, to their normal people.
Merci. Les patriarcats œcuméniques et arméniens ont pas mal coopéré à cette époque. Bien entendu, d'autre part, la Grèce a souvent joué un rôle d'intermédiaire auprès de la conférence de la paix pour, en quelque sorte, présenter les demandes arméniennes, donc de règlement politique après-guerre, puisque l'Arménie n'était pas de jure reconnue comme un État. Alors, ces patriarcats, par exemple, en janvier 1919, ont publié une première statistique assez intéressante, et je crois pas très connue, où ils annoncent que 255 000 Grecs et Arméniens sont rentrés dans leur foyer après donc la signature de l'armistice, donc dans les semaines qui suivent. Et vous observerez, je vous donne juste quelques chiffres. À Constantinople, on compte 52 907 Grecs qui rentrent de déportation et 2355 Arméniens. Excusez-moi, ce chiffre est pour Edirne, la région d'Edirne. Donc c'est 52 000 Grecs, pas vraiment surprenant, et 2355 Arméniens. Par exemple, une autre région complètement de l'autre côté du pays, à Adana, donc le vilayet d'Adana, 133 Grecs et 45 000 Arméniens qui rentrent dans leur foyer. Et au total, donc en janvier 1919, les deux patriarcats recensent un peu plus de 152 000 Grecs qui rentrent dans leur foyer et 103 000 rescapés arméniens.
Both patriarchates, the ecumenical one and the Armenian one, did collaborate in Constantinople, and Greece had a major role in Paris at the peace conference in order to support the Armenian claims, because Armenia was not a player immediately. In 1919, we have some statistics. For instance, in the vilayet of Edirne in Thrace, we know that immediately after the armistice, 52,900 Greeks came back to their places, while only 2,355 Armenians. And at another point of the Ottoman territory, in Adana, 133 Greeks came back to their homes and 45,000 Armenians. In total, in January 1919, that was 152,000 Greeks and 103,000 Armenians who did return to their places.
Alors, concernant le sort des populations qui rentrent dans leur foyer, nous disposons de pas mal de matériaux d'archives, notamment des services de renseignement britanniques, le SIS, qui publiait des rapports hebdomadaires qui sont au Foreign Office HQ à Londres, que j'ai évidemment consulté, et puis les rapports reçus par le patriarcat arménien en particulier, des rapports très réguliers qui proviennent des provinces et donc des réseaux de rescapés qui sont rentrés. La leçon générale qu'on peut tirer, c'est que très tôt, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, dès le début de 1919, un harcèlement systématique est organisé contre ces populations qui rentrent dans leur foyer. On a recensé 37 000 meurtres au cours de l'année 1919 et de l'année 1920. Ces meurtres concernent principalement des gens des rescapés arméniens qui rentraient dans leur foyer et qui essayaient de récupérer tout simplement leur maison. Et ça, c'est un élément qu'il faut souligner. Le deuxième élément, c'est un système systématique de pillage de ces régions, de rançons qui étaient exigées en particulier par les autorités d'Ankara à la fin de 19 et en 1920, ça prend une proportion considérable. En règle générale, c'est de l'ordre de 25% des biens évalués des personnes visées. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est que dans ce cas de rançon, donc c'est une somme globale qu'on exige par région, les populations turques sont également visées par ce processus. Donc, en fait, c'est le gouvernement d'Angora qui essaye de se constituer des revenus pour mettre en œuvre sa politique donc militaire dans la région.
There are two main sources in order to study these phenomena. There are many reports of the British intelligence services, which are stored at Kew, at the British National Archives, and there are reports of the Armenian Patriarchate in Constantinople. Reports which came from networks of returnee survivors in the provinces. And very early in 1919, we can say that the returnees, Greek and Armenian, were systematically harassed and prevented from settling down. In the years 1919-1920, there happened 37,000 murders, so that Armenian returnees could not settle down and take their properties back. In the areas which were controlled by the Angora-based movement and then government, there was a policy of systematic looting and ransoming of returnees, and one can say that a fourth of their properties was seized. But I want to underline the fact that Turkish populations were targeted too. And these ransoms and these measures were taken by the Angora authorities in order to create new revenues for the new states being created.
Alors, je vais vous maintenant inventorier, parce que le temps presse, un certain nombre d'éléments révélateurs de cette politique mise en œuvre. En premier lieu, et c'est, quand je l'ai découvert, j'étais surpris, c'est la conscription des populations grecques et arméniennes, donc les jeunes gens, comme si de rien n'était, puisque c'était une loi qui avait été adoptée, comme vous le savez, en 1911, qui prévoyait la conscription de tous les sujets ottomans. Et là, ce ne sont pas les autorités centrales qui ont organisé cette conscription, c'est les autorités d'Angora. Ça, c'est le premier point. Le deuxième, c'est que tous les témoignages montrent qu'il ne s'agit pas de les verser dans des contingents armés, mais on a remis en route le système des amele taburi, et donc des bataillons de travail. Et par exemple, pour la seule région de, maintenant ça s'appelle Elazig-Harpert, pour la seule région de Harpert, on compte 3500 personnes dans les Amele Tabouri de la région. Vous imaginez un petit peu auprès des rescapés qui avaient pu rentrer et après ce qu'ils avaient subi, je dirais psychologiquement, la difficulté. Moi, ça a été le cas, vous voyez, d'un de mes grands-pères qui est parti en déportation jeune adolescent, on va dire, qui rentre, qui a survécu aux marches de la mort et qui est conscrit en 1920 par les forces kémalistes. Voilà, ça c'est le premier point.
There are two main elements, two main aspects of the measures against the survivors. The first one is the conscription of Armenian and Greek young men after the war by the Angora-based movement, using a law which was passed in 1911, as if nothing had happened in the meantime. But this conscription did not imply that Christian men would go to normal units. They were conscripted in forced labor battalions. And for instance, in the region of Harput, Yelazir, that was the case of 3,500 young men. You can imagine what the psychological impact and ideological impact was on these survivors. And this is the case of one of my grandfathers, who was deported as a teenager, and as a young man he had to go to the new Ottoman Kemalist army.
Alors, un autre élément qu'il faut souligner, ce sont les restrictions ou interdictions de circulation, en particulier dans les vilayets orientaux, et l'interdiction de travail. Là, on anticipe un processus qu'on va retrouver après en 1926-1927. On a pas mal d'archives françaises qui nous documentent là-dessus, où on expulse les populations des zones rurales, on les concentre dans des zones urbaines. Dans ces zones urbaines, on les empêche de travailler, c'est-à-dire d'être susceptibles de gagner leur vie. Et c'est le système de l'escargot qui se vide de sa substance. Et après, il n'y a plus qu'à les... ils partent. Ou on les tue ou ils partent. Voilà.
The second aspect of this policy is the restriction or the prohibition of circulation of the survivors, especially in the eastern vilayets, and the prohibition of working and earning money. And these measures do anticipate the similar measures taken by the Republic in 1926-27. And little step by step, the surviving populations were expelled from their villages. Rural population, agricultural populations were expelled from their villages. They had to go to the next urban center, and then they were prevented to work and to earn money, and so they did leave or they were murdered on the spot.
Plus généralement, c'est une politique qui interdit une reconstruction de la société arménienne, sa réinsertion économique, la réouverture de ses établissements scolaires. Ça, c'est une formule un peu compacte, mais qui résume tout.
The policy of the Angora-based government prevented the reconstruction of collective life among the Armenians. And especially reopening schools was excluded, was completely forbidden.
Okay. un des derniers points importants à souligner, c'est évidemment la question de la déportation des populations grecques et de rescapés arméniens d'ailleurs, qui se produit essentiellement à partir du printemps 1921 et qui s'étale jusqu'à 1922 dans un contexte bien sûr de guerre gréco-turque. Si on a Smyrne d'un côté, on avait un phénomène assez intéressant de l'autre côté. Alors, on dispose d'énormément de documentation sur ces déportations. Ce sont principalement des missionnaires américains qui sont revenus du Near East Relief, qui sont venus se réinstaller à partir de 1920 en Asie mineure, à Sivas, Trébizon, Trarpert, etc., et qui recensent en fait jour par jour les convois. Je vous en donne au hasard, hein, j'en ai toute une liste. Le 27 juin 1921, convoi de 350 hommes de Konya, 300 Arméniens, 50 Grecs, en route depuis le 30 mai. Donc vous voyez, ça fait déjà 27 jours. Là, ils sont à l'actuel Helazig. Ça fait pas mal de centaines de kilomètres. 18 juillet 21, convoi de 722 Grecs originaires d'Ordu et de Kirasson, donc des côtes, dont 394 expédiés vers Bitlis et Van après une semaine de séjour. Ce que je voudrais souligner, donc il y a, ça vise essentiellement évidemment les populations grecques, mais ce qu'il est intéressant de souligner, c'est que on retrouve en petit nombre forcément des rescapés arméniens qui subissent en fait une deuxième déportation plusieurs années après la première. Et quand on examine le contexte et les conditions dans lesquelles ces populations sont déplacées, je peux tranquillement vous assurer que nous avons affaire à des méthodes absolument similaires aux mêmes pratiques qu'on a observées pendant la Première Guerre mondiale concernant les populations arméniennes et assyro-chaldéennes.
The most striking aspect of this policy was the deportation of Greek and Armenian survivors from the spring 1921 to 1922. Of course, in the context of two wars, the Greek Kemalist war and a similar war in the east against the fledgling Armenian Republic. And we do have many documents about these deportations, thanks to the missionaries of the Near East Relief from the United States, who were present in Anatolia, Western Armenia, and Western Asia Minor. And we have day-by-day chronicles of the convoys of men being deported. For instance, from Konya, 350 men, 300 Armenians and 50 Greeks were deported by foot, of course, towards Harput, Yelazir, and they were walking for 27 days. Another example, Pontus Greeks from Ordu and Kerasun, 722, were sent as far as Bitlis and Van. So Armenian survivors often experienced a second deportation after being deported in 1915. We have to say that the context and the conditions of these deportations are exactly the same as these experienced in 1915.
Merci. Le dernier point, puisque là j'ai pris un peu de retard, concernant les orphelins en particulier. On dispose de statistiques donc extrêmement précises. La dernière, il y en a eu plusieurs bien évidemment, la dernière qui est assez consistante qui date du 3 septembre 1921, a recensé 164 169 Arméniens, orphelins arméniens, donc en 1921, dont, et ça c'est important à souligner, 73 330 qui sont encore détenus dans des familles ou turques ou kurdes ou ce que vous voulez, et qui n'ont pas été restitués en tout cas dans le cadre. Je pourrais ajouter à cet égard que il y a une cinquantaine d'orphelinats qui ont été créés, dont une dizaine à Constantinople, à Istanbul, une dizaine à Istanbul, pour récupérer ces gamins et les traiter. Et il y a eu toute une campagne. Il faudrait que quelqu'un fasse une thèse sur la presse ottomane ou la presse turque et la presse gréco-arménienne, on va dire, qui est principalement francophone d'ailleurs à l'époque, ou autour d'une question qui s'appelle les maisons neutres. Ces maisons neutres, en fait, c'était des maisons supervisées par les Britanniques, avec un responsable ou grec ou arménien, pardon, et un responsable turc, qui était censé identifier les Arméniens, les enfants, s'ils étaient arméniens ou s'ils étaient turcs. Il y a dans ce magma de documentation l'expression d'un racisme assez singulier, voilà, pour résumer, oui, et avec du genre le prêtre arménien torture ces pauvres enfants pour les convaincre de dire qu'ils sont arméniens, alors qu'on sait très bien, enfin bon, c'est vraiment un nationalisme primaire qui était à l'œuvre à cette époque.
My last point is about the orphans. We have precise figures about the situation. The last statistics we have date back to September 1921. There were 169 Armenian orphans, among of whom 73,000 were still in Turkish or Muslim households, and these never came back to Armenian families or Armenian structures, institutions. In this period, about 50 orphanages were set up in the defeated empire, and 10 were active in Constantinople, and they had a special function. They had some neutral homes, neutral houses, where the British and some Armenian or Turkish officers, in Greek, Armenian and Turkish officers, would help sorting the children out, the orphans, and identifying them, so that they can be attributed to the one or the other people. And I have to say as a conclusion that these neutral houses, neutral homes, were campaigned against in the Ottoman press, and that a vibrant racism was expressed against non-Muslims. And for instance, Armenian priests were accused of torturing children so that they declare they were Armenian. What else could that be?
Bon, je vais conclure maintenant en pratiquant ce qui va être considéré comme un sacrilège en Turquie. À mes yeux, après une enquête de plusieurs années, je considère que Mustafa Kemal fait partie, en fait, des responsables. Il a parachevé, hein, c'est le titre de mon texte, il a parachevé le génocide, et à ce titre, fait partie directement des responsables de ce génocide, effectivement, qui s'étale pendant la guerre et dans les années qui suivent. Voilà.
I will conclude with a thought which may be considered as a provocation in Turkey. I do believe that Mustafa Kemal belonged to the group of persons responsible of the Armenian genocide, and he did complete what the Committee Union and Progress started in 1915. He too is responsible for the genocide. We have now a first session. I call Professor Arzu Öztürkmen from Boğaziçi University to take the chair for this session. And we will listen to Michel Bruno, Kyrillos Nikolaou, Hilal Cemile Tümer, and Anna Mandilara. I know she's present. Yes. Would you please come to the... Très bien. We would like to have our chair with us. I know. Arzu Hanım, neredesiniz? Var mı, yok mu? She was with us. This is the first person I greeted this morning. She was too moved. She could not stand the first keynote speech. But I would love her to be present, and I think it's worth waiting. Vous voulez que je traduise? Non, ça va prendre trop de temps. Excellent. Arzu Hanım, istediğiniz zaman vous allumez le micro? Ouais. Tu peux commencer ou... Ah, yes, yes. Okay.
Hello, bienvenue, welcome to our session, to our first session, actually. I apologize for being late, but I think we are running late a little bit anyway. This is the panel on diversity and dynamics in Smyrna, and our first speaker is Michel Bruno. Vous avez parlé en français? Oui, d'accord. Alors, his presentation is le cosmopolitisme de Smyrne et Bounova. Alors, the word is yours.
Bon. Merci. Je fais comme ça. Et après, c'est avec ça. Avec ça. Bon. Donc je vais parler du cosmopolitisme à partir surtout d'un document que j'ai fait publier récemment au Keynote Asιατικών Σπουδών, qui sont les mémoires d'un franco-smyrniote que vous voyez ici, Jean-Baptiste Muret, et qui correspondait avec un... Oh, ça marche pas. Les deux, il faut. Ah oui. Bon. Alors, si je reviens. Bon. Donc, la question de la définition du cosmopolitisme chez les Levantins dans leur rapport avec les Grecs, les Juifs, les Arméniens et les musulmans à Smyrne et Bournova, en s'appuyant sur la littérature qui existe et surtout sur ces mémoires inédites qui viennent d'être publiées et une correspondance entre un grec Socratis Prokopiou ou Itan Prosfigas et qui était Enosis Smyrnéon, et ce Français qui habitait à Bordeaux. Alors, le cosmopolitisme a été souvent, le concept de cosmopolitisme a été souvent employé pour caractériser la société urbaine de Smyrne et de ses banlieues, dont Bournabat, Bournova, et on va se poser la question de sa nature. Est-il le même pour les classes supérieures, bourgeoises ou aristocratiques, surtout bourgeoises, des Levantins, et des classes moyennes ou des classes populaires à Smyrne et à Bournova? D'abord, rapidement, qu'est-ce que le cosmopolitisme, hein? Ce terme, ce concept a été inventé dans l'Antiquité, un cosmopolitis, citoyen du monde, qui a été créé par le philosophe Diogène de Sinope au IVe siècle avant Jésus-Christ. Donc le cosmopolitisme, dans ce sens, consiste à ne reconnaître aucune patrie, à repousser comme contraire à la justice et à la fraternité humaine le morcellement d'humanité en nations hostiles, rivales ou simplement indifférentes les unes aux autres. Donc il s'agit avant tout de personnes qui s'accommodent de tous les pays, de toutes les mœurs nationales variées. Et voilà, donc dans l'Antiquité, les Grecs
ont été parmi les premiers à vouloir tendre à l'universel en dépassant les cloisons ethniques. Et en particulier, ça a été repris par les stoïciens tout au long des périodes hellénistiques et romaines. Et c'est dans les villes, les Alexandries en particulier, que la langue grecque commune, la koiné, le polythéisme syncrétique intégrant des dieux locaux, l'hellénisation par l'école ont contribué à unifier les différentes communautés ethniques en un ikoumène. Ça, c'est le cosmopolitisme antique. Il a perduré même à travers la société byzantine et son empire à Constantinople, qui était la ville par excellence, et où il y a eu coexistence spatiale d'hommes d'origine très différentes au sein d'une organisation commune impériale. Et c'est à partir de l'Empire ottoman qui a créé les millettes, les nations religieuses, que ce cosmopolitisme a disparu, celui de l'Antiquité. Donc on a mis fin à ce moment-là à l'utopie d'une unification cosmopolite au Proche-Orient et dans la ville de Smyrne. Désormais, le cosmopolitisme consistait en la coexistence pacifique de groupes religieux et linguistiques différents, vivant côte à côte, se tolérant, mais séparés par des cloisons culturelles plus ou moins étanches au sein d'une même organisation urbaine telle que c'était à Constantinople, à Smyrne, à Alexandrie et dans quelques grandes villes. Alors, la levantinité, donc une première forme de cosmopolitisme, c'est celle des Levantins, qui, à l'inverse des communautés juives, grecques, orthodoxes, catholiques, etc., n'avaient pas de structure communautaire, de millette, mais pratiquaient le polylinguisme et se rattachaient surtout à des nations différentes. C'est une coexistence relativement pacifique, facilitée par une prospérité économique liée aux fonctions commerciales internationales de cette ville de Smyrne, la ville portuaire de Smyrne, qui caractérisait le cosmopolitisme smyrniote. Les communautés musulmanes, grecques, arméniennes et juives, et les nations européennes qui la constituent occupent, ça je cite Chana Bilsel, donc les nations européennes qui la constituent occupent différents quartiers. On a vu tout à l'heure des images de ces différents quartiers ethniques de Smyrne en fonction de leurs activités principales et des relations qu'elles entretiennent entre elles. Cependant, malgré cette ségrégation communautaire apparente, il y a quand même des quartiers mixtes, en particulier les quartiers centraux commerciaux, où les Européens et les Grecs, les musulmans et les Arméniens et les Juifs se retrouvent. Martini définit les Levantins comme suit. Dans la société urbaine ottomane de Smyrne, les Levantins étaient les descendants, pour les plus anciens, des migrants catholiques de Gênes ou de Venise, des commerçants pour la plupart, et puis ensuite des négociants français, italiens, néerlandais, allemands et britanniques. Ne possédant aucune structure politique, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, et administrative comparable à un millet, ils étaient définis par la religion catholique de rite romain, non par la nationalité, et ils formaient une communauté à part et étaient protégés essentiellement par les États européens auxquels ils se rattachaient. Ils constituaient à peu près 10% de la population. Les anciennes familles de Français, de catholiques des îles et de Persans dominaient au sein du groupe selon Martini, et Smyrne pouvait être qualifiée de capitale de la levantinité en Méditerranée orientale. Bon, alors on a, je surveille l'heure, on a une immigration massive d'Européens dans la deuxième moitié du XIXe siècle à Smyrne, qui alimente à ce moment-là, une classe inférieure, populaire, sédentaire, formée de journaliers, de pêcheurs, de propriétaires de barques et de domestiques, qui n'avaient certes pas la même importance dans chaque colonie, mais qui représentaient une solide composante sociale de l'ensemble du groupe supranational des Levantins. C'est-à-dire, il faut voir que les Levantins, ce n'était pas seulement ces riches commerçants dont on vient de parler, mais c'était aussi ces classes plus populaires d'immigrants plus récents, la classe inférieure levantine. Elle se composait de catholiques des îles, de persans, d'alépins, de journaliers, domestiques, artisans peu qualifiés ou petits commerçants. Il y avait beaucoup d'Italiens, Maltais, Dalmates et Ioniens. Il y avait aussi des Français, Allemands, Suisses et Autrichiens en plus faible proportion. Des mariages mixtes existaient mais étaient peu fréquents. Donc, Schmitt, qui est l'un des principaux auteurs qui a étudié ces Levantins, disait qu'on pouvait à peine distinguer une origine nationale chez beaucoup de gens. La société levantine était devenue supranationale. Les unions de couples d'origine ethnique différentes mais de même confession, des lieux de sociabilité communs, une forte identité catholique sont les éléments constitutifs de la levantinité vers 1900. Bon. Alors, si maintenant on se reporte à ces mémoires auxquelles je me suis référé tout à l'heure, bon, ça, on les a vus tout à l'heure, ces photos, c'est pas la peine. Là, c'est Bournabat, Bournova, voilà. Bon. Donc, dans ces mémoires de ces textes inédits, c'est très rare, on n'a pas, la plupart des témoignages que l'on a de cette époque, ce sont des Levantins de la classe supérieure qui ont écrit. Mais les Levantins des classes populaires ou moyennes n'écrivaient pas. Et ces mémoires de Jean-Baptiste Muret, que j'ai découvert par hasard à Bordeaux, sont un témoignage unique par le bas de la société levantine. Alors, si on se reporte pour résumer rapidement ce texte, dans la population de Smyrne, Jean-Baptiste Muret distingue 5 groupes distincts: les musulmans, les orthodoxes byzantins ou raya, les catholiques romains qu'il appelle latins rayassi, les juifs maranes, c'est-à-dire des juifs séfarades, ou yaoudis, judaïques, ou domnés, juifs convertis à l'islam, les arméniens ou herménies, et une 6e catégorie de divers. Il souligne donc la grande diversité des origines géographiques de ces musulmans issus de diverses parties de l'Empire ottoman. Alors, si la religion est ce qui permet le mieux de différencier les groupes ou les communautés, le commerce est également différent d'un groupe ethnoculturel à l'autre. Il nous dit, chaque groupe ethnique avait ses préférences marquées pour certains trafics, certains emplois. Les musulmans turcs, par exemple, travaillaient et vendaient le cuivre. Là, je cite les mémoires. Vendaient le cuivre, pilaient et vendaient le café torréfié. Ils vendaient aussi des sucreries et conduisaient des caravanes de chameaux. Les Perses étaient spécialisés dans le tabac et les articles intéressant les fumeurs. Les Albanais faisaient le guet la nuit et vendaient du halva. Les Malisores, c'est-à-dire monténégrins catholiques, étaient gardiens ou gardes du corps. Les Mongoloïdes du Turkestan portefaient, etc., etc. Les femmes juives blanchissaient les maisons. Bon. Alors à Bournabat, parce que le témoignage de Muret et de Socratis Procopiou est particulièrement centré sur Bournabat, qui est la ville dans laquelle ils ont vécu toute leur jeunesse et leur adolescence. C'est une population un peu moins bigarrée que celle de Smyrne, et il y a très nettement séparé une colonie européenne bourgeoise relevant de nationalités diverses, de Levantins, disons, de type classique, de classe supérieure, vivant dans de confortables et luxueuses villas, entourées de jardins d'agrément et de potagers, dans un quartier à part, situé dans la partie sud-est du village. Il cite parmi les plus aisés les familles bien connues, Aliotti, Giraud, La Fontaine, Patterson, Whitehall. Dans les quartiers indigènes, les quartiers plus populaires, disons, en dehors de ce beau quartier, les habitants se trouvaient moins groupés par culte, comme nous l'avons vu à Smyrne. Les juifs et les musulmans voisinaient souvent avec les chrétiens. Et s'ils ne se liaient pas d'amitié, là je le cite, ils vivaient en bons termes et se rendaient même service mutuellement lorsque l'occasion s'en présentait. Les écoles étaient propres à chacun de ces groupes religieux, mais il note que l'école des frères des écoles chrétiennes catholiques qu'il a fréquentées, lui, a eu comme élève aussi un musulman, un juif et un orthodoxe. Il y avait également, toujours à Bournova, une église paroissiale des catholiques, une autre pour les orthodoxes, 2 mosquées, une synagogue, un temple protestant et une église arménienne. Chacune de ces communautés avait également son cimetière. Simplement, le cimetière catholique et orthodoxe, et les 2 cimetières étaient voisins, et il y avait des tombes qui étaient à cheval à la limite des 2, avec un côté chez les catholiques, un autre côté chez les orthodoxes, pour les couples mixtes, qui étaient relativement peu fréquents, mais qui existaient. La preuve, Muret était lui-même issu d'un de ces couples mixtes, son père français, sa mère grecque de Ikaria. Alors, les fêtes qui avaient lieu périodiquement à Bournova, en particulier la fameuse le 15 août, la Panegyri, et qui avait lieu autour de la Chavouza, c'est-à-dire le plan d'eau, avec des bals organisés, des musiques locales, des chansons bien connues de cette époque, réunissaient les membres des différentes communautés, et c'était les Grecs majoritaires qui donnaient le ton. Alors, il y a une description un peu plus précise. Là, on voit ici le plan qu'il avait tracé de sa main, de quartier de Lombardou, c'est un de ces quartiers populaires de Bournova, et où il décrit, on peut baser sur sa description pour définir le cosmopolitisme des classes moyennes et populaires à Bournova. Alors, il y avait dans leur correspondance et dans les mémoires de Muret, on trouve par exemple, dans l'impasse sur laquelle il se trouve, où est sa maison, je le cite parce que c'est très caractéristique, dans une lettre, et il dit qu'une lettre qui date de 1951. C'est Prokopiou, le grec, qui répond. Votre lettre ne m'a pas moins transporté dans le quartier où j'ai vu le jour pour la première fois et m'a fait revivre des personnes sympathiques et des choses qui se sont imprimées dans ma mémoire au cours de mon enfance et qui constituaient le cadre de cette époque insouciante au cours de laquelle le monde pour nous se limitait à 2 ou 3 ruelles de notre quartier, qu'on voit ici sur le plan, et l'humanité se composait de nos bons voisins, quelle que soit leur religion, qu'ils soient orthodoxes ou hétérodoxes, turcs ou juifs, avec lesquels nous vivions en harmonie, respect et estime mutuelle, comme vous le soulignez dans votre lettre avec tant d'objectivité. Les cours des maisons de nos voisins étaient comme les prolongements de notre cour paternelle, les joies et les chagrins de nos voisins étaient sincèrement les nôtres. Donc, socratistes comme Jean-Baptiste, ont analysé le voisinage immédiat de cette impasse. Alors, on peut le dire concrètement, ça apparaît sur ce plan, mais c'est un voisinage pluriconfessionnel, plusieurs religions. Tsatsababo, qui était une latin rayassi, c'est-à-dire grec catholique, 2 familles musulmanes, un agriculteur, un maréchal ferrant, une autre famille musulmane, Hamza Chamelier, 3 ménages raya, c'est-à-dire grec orthodoxe, un cocher de fiacre, sans enfants, une veuve et ses 3 filles, un tailleur de pierre avec sa femme, un fils et une fille, une raya veuves âgées sans enfants. Donc il y avait de très bonnes relations de voisinage entre ces familles et leurs enfants. Drakopoulos, dans ses lettres, donne aussi le nom de 5 commerçants turcs du marché avec lesquels son père avait de bonnes relations, parfois amicales, et il se souvient être allé jouer avec leurs enfants. Drakopoulos, il appartenait à une famille de la classe moyenne grecque originaire de Lesbos. Ces quartiers populaires de Bournova étaient des lieux donc de mixité sociale et ethno-confessionnelle entre grecs orthodoxes, grecs catholiques, musulmans, arméniens ou juifs, européens ou levantins des classes populaires ou moyennes, alors que les grands bourgeois, eux, vivaient à part dans leur quartier résidentiel, dans leur villa luxueuse où ils s'enfermaient et où ils pratiquaient l'endogamie, se mariaient entre eux. Leur langue c'était romaïka, hein, c'était une langue grecque donc démotique, et smyrniote, et puis le français pour le commerce, et à l'époque c'était le français et pas l'anglais qui dominait pour les relations extérieures. Bon, donc on voit bien 2 types de cosmopolitisme à Smyrne et Bournabat, hein, en fonction des classes sociales auxquelles on appartient. Alors, les villes-ports de la Méditerranée orientale à la fin du 19e et au début du 20e siècle ont été caractérisées par un cosmopolitisme tout à fait analogue à celui de Smyrne. On retrouve les mêmes caractères dans ce que Prévelakis a appelé des nœuds ou carrefours de diaspora, par exemple à Alexandrie en Égypte. Hein, donc là, je n'insisterai pas. Le cosmopolitisme de ces villes mosaïques juxtaposait des enclaves séparant des communautés sans les ghettoiser. Elles étaient séparées. Bon, alors, ils vivaient côte à côte, mais avaient des espaces de rencontre et d'échange, en particulier dans les espaces commerciaux ou portuaires. Alors, aujourd'hui, le cosmopolitisme a un aspect tout à fait différent. Le cosmopolitisme des grandes villes comme New York, Londres, Paris, c'est pas du tout ça. C'est-à-dire que là, il y a un mélange beaucoup plus fort des populations d'origine différentes qui s'unifient davantage. C'est un cosmopolitisme qui pourrait davantage ressembler au cosmopolitisme de l'Antiquité hellénistique ou romaine. Les quartiers auxquels les habitants ont le sentiment d'appartenir sont autant de petites patries qui s'intègrent dans la métropole où ils sont, perdent peu à peu leur spécificité, mais la ville s'imprègne peu à peu de leurs particularités. Donc il y a une symbiose qu'il n'y avait pas dans l'Empire ottoman ou à Smyrne. Hein, ce cosmopolitisme des grandes métropoles s'est formé après l'avènement de l'État-nation. Donc il correspond mieux à celui des philosophes de l'Antiquité. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Professor Bruno. Now we pass to our second speaker, Kyrillos Nikolaou. The presentation is also in French. Smyrne dans le contexte des rivalités géopolitiques des puissances européennes, seconde moitié du 19e, début du 20e siècle.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm glad to be here with you, and thanks a lot to the organizers for this amazing invitation. I'm so happy to be here. I think it's more interactive to be here instead of sitting, isn't it? However, I'm going to speak in French. In any case, they can afterwards, they can speak and interact in English as well. Chers amis. Probably, yes. Don't be so loud. Une façon d'étudier Smyrne à la période
du milieu du 19e au début du 20e siècle est de considérer l'importance géopolitique, c'est-à-dire à travers les affrontements géopolitiques d'une grande puissance ou alors de l'intégrer dans ces affrontements. Pour cela, nous allons suivre l'école géopolitique française qui accorde une importance égale aux facteurs externes et aux facteurs internes de géopolitique. Aux facteurs externes, c'est-à-dire aux acteurs de la politique étrangère, internationale ou régionale, et aux facteurs locaux ou internes à l'intérieur d'un État ou d'une ville, comme c'est le cas que nous examinons, Smyrne, la ville de Smyrne. Cette approche géopolitique concerne un ensemble d'enjeux desquels pourraient découler diverses rivalités, telles que l'accès aux ressources d'eau, le contrôle du littoral, les ressources énergétiques naturelles et géologiques, les flux migratoires, etc. Cette considération peut s'appliquer à Smyrne, une ville importante de l'État ottoman, où on observe une lutte pour la domination ou l'influence entre les grandes puissances de cette époque. Premièrement, il faut dire que les éléments qui composent l'identité géopolitique de Smyrne sont son environnement naturel et humain. Par environnement naturel, nous attendons la mer et en général la géographie physique. Par environnement humain, nous attendons son système politique, sa population, les conditions socio-économiques, le réseau de transport lié à l'économie, réseau terrestre, réseau maritime, des points que nous aborderons dans cette communication. Autrement dit, nous verrons si ce que le théoricien français de la géopolitique Yves Lacoste appelle une dispute sur le terrain est également valable dans le cas de Smyrne. Et nous essaierons de répondre à la question de savoir qui combattait à Smyrne et comment est né ce conflit de 1850 au début du XXe siècle. Nous avons donc affaire avec l'État auquel appartenait Smyrne, l'État ottoman, et avec d'autres pays, Angleterre, France, Allemagne, Russie, Italie, Grèce, qui s'intéressaient à cette ville. La politique indirectement liée à l'importance économique et commerciale de la ville. Ainsi, son port et le chemin de fer sont un pilier important pour l'examen géopolitique et en même temps économique de Smyrne. Commençons par examiner Smyrne dans son contexte géopolitique, à l'intérieur de trois cercles concentriques. Le plus grand comprend l'étendue d'un point de vue géographique et politique des relations des États européens avec l'Empire ottoman. Le deuxième cercle est plus spécialement rattaché à Smyrne et à sa position géopolitique, qui est définie par des connexions maritimes et terrestres qui lui confèrent une importance à la fois méditerranéenne et continentale. On arrive ainsi à un troisième cercle, plus petit, qui est la ville elle-même, sa situation socio-économique, les groupes ethno-religieux et l'imbrication évidente de ces éléments locaux ou internes. Avec le premier et deuxième cercle, donc, il y a une interaction locale et internationale. En examinant Smyrne d'un point de vue géopolitique, nous la plaçons dans son contexte géographique et géophysique, dans la zone côtière et orientale de la mer Égée, ou en d'autres termes, sur la côte occidentale de l'Asie mineure. Ainsi, nous plaçons Smyrne en Asie mineure, également connu sous le nom d'Anatolie, le noyau de l'Empire ottoman, comme il était avant le noyau de l'Empire romain d'Orient, de l'Empire byzantin. Smyrne, en tant que partie de l'Empire ottoman, suit son cours en termes de relations avec les grandes puissances. En tant qu'une des plus grandes villes de l'Empire, ne pouvait échapper aux visions des grandes puissances européennes qui chacune se considérait comme un conquérant potentiel d'une partie de l'Empire ottoman. Les puissances d'Europe occidentale, fortes de l'aide qu'elles ont offerte à l'Empire ottoman pendant la guerre de Crimée, pénètrent plus avant à l'intérieur de l'Empire, de son territoire de l'Empire. Ainsi, il se développe entre elles une rivalité, mais aussi une entente. Il y avait des antagonismes, mais aussi des accords diplomatiques, des échanges. Smyrne ne se trouvait pas au centre des coulisses diplomatiques entre les puissances, bien qu'elle se trouvait dans ce qu'on pouvait appeler le noyau de l'Empire ottoman. Sa position la rendait vulnérable aux ambitions d'une grande puissance, qui, bien qu'elle ne pouvait pas la conquérir militairement, pouvait la soumettre économiquement et culturellement. Cependant, en dehors d'une grande puissance qui, dans une plus ou moins grande mesure, avait des intérêts à Smyrne, à notre pays, la Grèce manifeste alors son intérêt pour Smyrne avec sa grande densité de population grecque. En ce qui concerne la concurrence entre l'Angleterre et la France, vers la fin du XIXe siècle, la balance semblait pencher en faveur de la première, qui possédait plus de la moitié de la marine marchande mondiale, une grande production industrielle et de nombreuses colonies. Mais la France aussi était une puissance coloniale avec une influence constante en Méditerranée. L'Empire allemand, hôte du Congrès de Berlin, revendiquait désormais un rôle de premier plan en Europe, afin de remplacer la France et l'Angleterre à l'intérieur de l'Asie mineure. L'Italie répartit les mains vides du Congrès de Berlin est parvenue à être considérée comme une puissance avec laquelle il faut compter depuis 1900. Passons maintenant au deuxième cercle de géopolitique de Smyrne, l'intermédiaire, afin de voir Smyrne dans son environnement régional qui relie la géopolitique externe et interne, ce qui est totalement lié à l'intérêt des puissances. Ce sont les transports maritimes et terrestres. Smyrne disposait peut-être du meilleur port de l'Empire ottoman et de la première ligne de chemin de fer. Autant d'éléments séduisants pour les Européens qui pouvaient ainsi y pénétrer commercialement, économiquement et culturellement. Ce qu'ils firent. Nous pourrions dire que Smyrne constituait une plateforme et le centre de la pénétration économique des Occidentaux dans l'Empire ottoman. En 1867, un groupe français qui avait également construit le port de Marseille débuta la construction du nouveau port de Smyrne. Avec l'achèvement des travaux dans les décennies suivantes, Smyrne était devenu le port le plus moderne de l'Empire, avec une portée commerciale dynamique qui s'attendant de l'Atlantique à l'océan Indien. Smyrne était le point de départ idéal pour l'exploitation d'un marché, notamment en termes d'exportation. Le marché de Smyrne était un lieu qui concentrait de nombreux produits, mais aussi un champ de concurrence pour les deux grandes puissances, l'Angleterre et la France. Mais c'est alors qu'apparurent plus régulièrement dans le port de Smyrne des navires marchands italiens. De toute manière, au début du XXe siècle, des marchands qui arrivaient à son port provenaient de Grande-Bretagne, de Russie, de France, d'Autriche, de Grèce, des États-Unis d'Amérique. Ce progrès maritime et commercial favorisait en même temps la concurrence économique dans laquelle étaient également impliquées l'Allemagne et l'Italie. Il s'agissait d'un combat pour l'expansion économique qui exprimait par l'investissement de capitaux pour améliorer les installations portuaires et construire des chemins de fer régionaux, pour relier le port de Smyrne à l'arrière-pays, centre de concurrence des intérêts économiques, géopolitiques et culturels d'un grand pays. En ce qui concerne, chers amis, la politique, la géopolitique, la politique géographique, la géopolitique interne, on pense d'abord à sa population. Vers la fin du XIXe siècle, les Grecs orthodoxes émergent numériquement parlant comme le groupe de population le plus important de Smyrne. Ils constituaient plus de la moitié de la population de la ville. À côté de la grande communauté des Grecs, nous avons dans l'ordre les Turcs, les Juifs, les Arméniens et les Européens de divers États. La population grecque de la ville fut renforcée par l'immigration des Grecs qui avait commencé déjà de 1830. Ces immigrants provenaient à la fois de l'État grec et des terres ottomanes, des îles de la mer Égée et de l'intérieur d'Anatolie, la Cappadoce. Les marchands grecs de la ville s'enrichirent et fondèrent des entreprises et des écoles dans cette métropole riche et multiculturelle. En même temps, des réfugiés musulmans s'installent à Smyrne, en raison de la guerre de Crimée, de la crise des Balkans et de la guerre russo-turque. L'historienne Sia Anagnostopoulou conclut que la migration vers les côtes, malgré sa composition hétérogène, due à l'indifférence de religions et d'origine ethnique des populations qui s'y installent, constitue un moment favorable au développement des zones de peuplement de leur adaptation se faire presque sans heurts. Pour sa part, Smyrnélis considère qu'il y avait un partage minimum partout, par la conscience de leur appartenance locale et d'intérêts communs à partager. Comme le souligne Anagnostopoulou, les Occidentaux investissent leurs fonds dans n'importe quel secteur qui rapporte. Les conditions de socialisation sont ainsi créées par les activités professionnelles et les rassemblements, et il semble que tout le monde en profite dans une certaine mesure. Un exemple, c'est la Chambre du commerce de Smyrne. Dans cette communication aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce que, chers amis, j'ai essayé de faire? De réfléchir, si vous voulez, sur la situation géopolitique en Méditerranée orientale dans la seconde moitié, excusez-moi, la seconde moitié du 19e siècle et au début du 20e siècle, à partir d'un cas précis, celui de la ville de Smyrne. Nous avons accordé une importance égale à la géopolitique externe et à la géopolitique interne. À Smyrne, les intérêts économiques et commerciaux, mais aussi politiques, s'affrontaient. La pénétration économique des Européens occidentaux va de pair avec l'essor de son commerce. En même temps, le développement économique de Smyrne crée des conditions pour la diffusion d'idées nouvelles. On peut dire que Smyrne fut un pivot pour la pénétration de l'économie occidentale dans l'Empire ottoman. La question est de savoir si et dans quelle mesure, dans les laps de temps qui concernent cette analyse, dans une ville économiquement développée, les intérêts économiques communs d'une grande puissance et des commerçants, banquiers, grands producteurs, etc., ont conduit au développement fulgurant de Smyrne. Se pose également la question de savoir si ce développement et la coexistence multiculturelle à Smyrne étaient des éléments interdépendants qui allaient de pair. En posant cette question, nous tenons compte du fait que nous examinons le cas d'une ville importante de la Méditerranée orientale pendant la période de la création et du développement des États-nations, au détriment de l'Empire ottoman déclinant, avec tout ce que cela impliquait pour l'avenir de cette ville. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Merci, Kyrillos. Our third speaker is Hilal Cemile Tümer, and her presentation is City of Migrants, Migration from Morea to İzmir, Smyrna, during and after the Greek War of Independence.
Can I? Let's see if we can. Thank you. This is good enough. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Still good morning. First and foremost, I would like to start by thanking and congratulating the organizers of this event and our chair, Arzu Öztürkmen, and all others who made this wonderful conference happen in one of my favorite cities. In this atmosphere of collaboration and innovation that we currently witness in this auditorium, in the last few years, and thanks to the bicentennial of the Greek Revolution, the field that stands in the intersection of the Ottoman history and modern Greek history, witnessed a proliferation in the number of publications, academic and public events. Compared to 100 years earlier, and perhaps even to a more recent past, these events were concerned with a much broader spectrum of issues that are related to the revolution, war, nation, and independence. Much more critical with regard to the implications of these terms, scholars not just from Greece or Turkey, but from all around the world offered fresh perspectives by bringing forth new evidence and also re-evaluating the previous by utilizing sources in Greek, Turkish, and European languages. It clearly demonstrated that scholars who work on the crossroads of modern Greek and Ottoman studies had already started to think beyond the preconceived lines of Greek Revolution or Greek sedition. In this vein, we also started to shift attention slightly from the state perspective and pay more attention to the groups who impacted and were impacted by the war. Creation of a nation state out of an old land empire was not the only undisputable conclusion of the struggle that took place in the Morea in the 1820s. And by Morea, I obviously refer to the Peloponnese. Displacement of large groups of people was one such result, which was often neglected or distorted by state-promoted scholars to fit into nationalist discourses formed around the state and identity building in Turkey and Greece. The popular narrative on the war stressed the gruesome details of combat and detailed the state response and charted out either a mythical history of success for the Greeks or an epic failure for the Ottomans. The displaced communities, therefore, were depicted as either helpless victims or simple human costs of a noble cause. This is even the case for some of the more recent publications. By examining what most historians disregard as the byproducts or necessary costs of the war, my research, on the other hand, spotlights the ordinary and the undesired, the migrants from the Morea. I would like to clarify that this is an ongoing project and therefore is incomplete. For now, I will be talking today about the story of the mostly Muslims of the Morea as they moved through 2 countries and 3 decades. I think here in the audience, we have great scholars who in their books have already shown that the city also received Christian migrants during the revolution from the Morea. I am hoping to expand my research in a way that will include Christian and Jewish migrants as well. Therefore, any feedbacks, comments, or questions are very much welcome and appreciated. For practical purposes today, I will be focusing on the Muslim migration in the years between 1822 until 1850 from fortified towns of the Morean coasts, such as Methoni, Koroni, Monemvasia, and Nafplio. As these towns had outlets to the sea, it was easier to trace routes the migrants followed when moving from Morea to the western and southern shores of Anatolia, specifically to the towns of İzmir, Aydın, and Antalya, as port towns such as Çeşme, Kuşadası were located there. There were, of course, migrants who traveled through land routes as well. Yet İzmir received migrants via Chios through port of Çeşme. If you take a step back and look at the pre-war era, despite the primary cause of the antagonism between the rulers and the rebels, we observe that the Muslims and Christians in the Morea were not always at war against each other. In fact, they were family, neighbors, and commercial partners who lived and worked together. They were not separated by language or quotidian customs. They spoke the same language, but by ethno-religious and political affiliation. And this is an important point that we will come back to in Smyrna. For aspects of the culture Muslims and Christians created together in the Morea endured the war and migration and were adapted to the life and community in Anatolia by the Moreot migrants. From 1821 until 1828, the war ravaged all around the Morea. From the earliest rumors of revolution Kalavrita in Argos, many people took refuge in the nearest castle they could find. After the massacre at Tripolitsa, these fortresses that surrounded the Morea fell one by one to the Kleptic force due to famine, disease, and general lacking of supplies. In some instances, such as in Nafplio and Monemvasia, agreements were reached between the Klets and the people in the castle. These agreements were negotiated by either officers of the Ottoman Empire who were in the castle or by local Muslim and Christian notables. In all agreements, the unchanging condition was the removal of Muslims from the peninsula. No belongings, save for a change of clothes and a prayer mat, would be allowed, and the Moriots had to pay for their passages as well. Both the imperial officials, such as Yusuf Bey of Moria, the sole author of this unique text from the War of Independence in Moria, and the lay people were subjected to the same conditions. The Smyrniote newspaper, Le Courrier du Smyrne, by Alexander Black, was already an avid follower of the events that were taking place across the Aegean. They reported weekly what was happening in the Morea and beyond, and in some occasions the paper would make fleeting remarks on the refugee crisis as well, even though the Moriots were usually overshadowed by more important people such as Ibrahim Pasha or the French government. After getting harassed by pirates on the way, many ships carrying Muslim refugees made it to the Cheshme port. Was Smyrna a conscious choice of location by the refugees themselves or by the captains? What did Smyrna signify? I think if Chios was out of option, which it was for the first few years after the massacre there, Smyrna already served not only as a safe harbor where the Ottoman protection would embrace the refugees, but also, maybe, as an arbitrary or an invisible border between what would become Greece and Turkey after the Treaty of Lausanne. Once the Moriots disembarked, the locals witnessed that they were ravaged by typhus epidemic, the migrants. During the Independence War, violence towards the Greek subjects of the empire in Izmir and Constantinople had increased. In one instance, and this is the only one I could find so far, we know that some Muslims of Izmir were triggered by the misery that they witnessed of the disembarking Moriots. And this fury, this rage, caused an upheaval, which was thankfully arrested before it culminated in the murder of Greeks. During the Greek War of Independence and the mass expulsion of Muslims in the Morea, the Ottoman Empire had no institutions designed for the migrants or their needs. This would only happen after the Crimean War and with the creation of Muhacirin Komisyonu, the Commission of Migrants, during the Crimean migration in the 1850s and 60s. In the absence of a specific office to oversee the migrant influx into Western Anatolia in Istanbul, local administrators such as imperial guards and constabulary officers bore the responsibility of rescuing stranded migrants from pirates, uniting them with their families, arranging accommodation, providing food and clothing, and perhaps most importantly, dispersing them into the southern and inner regions of Anatolia so as not to cause a migrant inflation in one center, which would be either Smyrna or Aydın. And this became problematic in the port towns. We have many reports from minor to major officials who supervised the temporary or permanent settlement of the migrants in Izmir. And let me show you. Let me show you an example here. Here you can see the report of an Ömer Lütfi Efendi, who was a constabulary officer in Izmir in 1829. He informed the central administration in Istanbul of the arrival of groups of men, women, and children. The elderly and the sick, who could not work, were going to be provided for in the places that they were settled. But Ömer Efendi here is not that much concerned about women or children, but more about men, and this is actually nothing new. We know that the Ottoman Empire was kind of obsessed with keeping the capital city as orderly as possible, and single men who were Muslim migrants, bekars, in Ottoman Turkish, the single men who were Muslim migrants were the most undesirable. Interestingly, or perhaps not so interestingly, in Izmir we see a similar practice. The ne'er-do-wells, vagabonds, and bachelors of the crowd of migrants who had no sponsor in Izmir were categorized, singled out as per the orders from the Sublime Porte, and boarded on a ship to Cyprus, away from Izmir. We can definitely ask what exactly the motivation here. And contrary to the bachelors, merchants, artisans, and craftsmen were allowed to stay. The port ordered jobs to be made available for the newcomers so that they could provide for themselves and their family. Despite the elimination, not surprisingly, there were Moriots who were arrested for both petty and serious crimes. Of course, local governments were hardly adequate to handle an influx of refugees by themselves in the first half of the 19th century. In addition to the means of the local treasury, the local administrators were at times aided by the local notables of Izmir as well. The Moriot refugees were hosted in coffee houses, military barracks, and occasionally in the houses of the affluent. In multiple occasions, we know that the refugees were settled in the houses of the Greek fugitives from Izmir and Aydın, who had left to fight in the Morea. What was the migrant experience like, we can ask? Did the Moriot Muslims adjust easily to the society they found in Izmir? What were their relations like with the local population in the early years? Consequently, I wanted to explore the change the migrants went through, because most often they are presumed to be unchanging entities, fixed entities in the traditional history writing, as though migrants stay migrants after the migration is ended. Yet recent scholarship with regard to migration, and such as the Greek-Turkish population exchange of 1923, and also urban studies has showed that this is far from the truth. In order to show how the migrants went from passive to active subjects and later citizens, one needs to continue to observe the lives of the migrants after they cease to be migrants, if they ever do that, of course. As I alluded earlier, the shared culture of the Christians and Muslims in the Morea would be a distinctly obvious feature for the Moriots in Izmir, as well as other parts of Anatolia. One such feature was the linguistic differences and abilities of the migrants and their descendants in Anatolia. The Moriots uniformly spoke Greek, and the language they spoke played a major role in bringing the Moriots together in this new space that they arrived in. For instance, in the early 1830s, the French historian and traveler Charles Texier encountered a group of Moriot migrants in Seljuk, a port town near Çeşme, Izmir today. He described it as a town of 3,000 inhabitants, and I quote, where almost every inhabitant possesses a field or garden in the vicinity of the town, so that, on the whole, the people are in a thriving condition. As many of them are Turks who were expelled from the Morea, they commonly speak Greek and associate with the gavur, that is, the infidel, to a greater extent than is generally the case in the Turkish provinces. An end of quote. Seljuk is a small seaside town in the north of the Vilayet of Aydın, in Izmir, near the port of Çeşme. It is highly possible that the migrants of this town first landed there and then moved to Seljuk later, as the government settled Moriots who arrived in Izmir as far as Bursa. Thank you. Although the place of origin of the inhabitants of Seljuk is difficult to determine, the description of Texier confirms some of the characteristics of the Moriot community that endured through time and space, particularly in terms of language and livelihood. Also interestingly, it appears that the Moriots did not present negative relations with the room of their town, contrary to the strong sentiments one might expect to observe following the disastrous events that took place in the Western Anatolia between the Muslims and the Rooms during the war. Could language also be the sole reason for that, or are there other possibilities behind this association? Another question is, how long did the Moriots of Izmir continue to speak Greek? For in Antalya, we know that the community known as the Moriots, and you can see their picture here, These people, the Moriots in Antalya, they continued to speak Greek until 1890s, at least. Unfortunately, today in Seljuk, the Moriots are unknown to the inhabitants of the town. Back to central Izmir, in 1847, a surgeon, Cerrah, named Hasan Ağa filed a petition to travel to Istanbul with his family, as there were no open spots for a medical practitioner in the Vilayet's hospital or in the quarantine center in Izmir. Moreover, in Istanbul, the Morayot Muhajirs still received rent subsidy, in addition to a pension every 2 months. Although we do not know if these were the only reasons for this petition for relocation, his request was rejected, and very kindly, actually, by the port. The explanation behind the rejection was that the townsfolk was too fond of Hasan Ağa and that his presence was very much needed in Izmir. Unfortunately for the people of Izmir, a year later Hasan Ağa and his family did move out for Istanbul. In the earlier decades in Izmir, the Moriots were passive subjects of local administrators' reports. In time, they became the other end of discussion, of conversation, in direct communication with the center by means of petitions and other formal channels. Especially in the second half of the 19th century, there is an abundance of petitions for stipends, tax favors, employment, and even requests of assistance for performing the Hajj, the pilgrimage. The state had been absent during the expulsion from the Morea. However, in the span of a few years, it had become a tangible figure in their lives, whom they turn to in times of need and want. Mora Muhacirleri remained as Mora Muhacirleri for the basically remainder of the 19th century, even though we were now talking about like second or third generation of migrants, and these were not the migrants who took the journey across the Aegean Sea. So we see sort of like a common epithet forming here, which would maybe convert into a common belonging, common identity among the Moriots. The sources regarding the Moriot population of Smyrna, and I will conclude, is scattered and more difficult to trace compared to places like Antalya or Aydın. There is much that can be said about the social, economic, and cultural situation of the generations of Moriots and how they became active in the commercial life of various Anatolian provinces. These are both very simple and also intricate questions, but they still remain unanswered as of yet. What was the number of the population in Smyrna? A very simple question. We don't know. Did they form alliances with other migrant groups in the city? Did they remember the migration? Was there a collective memory around it? Apart from epithets, to what extent was it transmitted to later generations? With respect to these questions, Izmir has so far remains elusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilal. Now we pass to our last speaker, Anna Mandilara, and her speech is, I would like to live my whole life in Smyrna. Sense and Sensibility in 19th Century Port City of Smyrna, Perception of a Greek Merchant in Diaspora.
So good afternoon now, because we were a little bit late. I am Anna Mandilara. Thank you very much, the organizing committee, and special thanks to Professor Emilia Themopoulou. Okay. So the title is, it's a bit long. I would like to live my whole life in Smyrna. That's what says Dimitrios Petrokokkinos, Sense and Sensibility in 19th Century Port City of Smyrna, Perceptions of a Greek Merchant in Diaspora. The main themes of this presentation, the 18-year-old merchant Dimitrios Petrokokkinos, firstborn son of Michel Petrokokkinos. The family belonged to the mercantile elite of the island of Chios, embarked in a steamship from the port of Marseille on the 2nd of June 1843. Final destination, Smyrna. He established in Smyrna for 2 years, as long as he's got his baccalaureate, sent by his father in order to run business and to supervise personally the existing network of agents in the Levantine markets. Dimitrios' correspondence with his father is at the core of this paper. The letters cover the period 1843-1845, a number over 200. They are long, often running to 4 or 5 pages, and they are valuable for 2 reasons. Firstly, they are a rare testimony full of vivid and cheerful accounts of everyday life in the port city of Smyrna, and secondly, they depict mentalities, attitude, or contradictions found not only among the Greeks in diaspora, but also among the leading groups in Greece. Our main hypothesis is that Petrokokkinos' sense about business in Smyrna always contradicted his sensibility concerning milder weather, nice companies, entertainments, friendships, and familiar environments. Despite business hazards, Smyrna was perceived as the ideal city where Dimitrios would like to live his whole life. We see the letter in Greek and the letter in French. Here in Smyrna, everybody wants my francs. Entrepreneurial sense in Smyrna's Mediterranean networks. When Dimitrios Petrokokkinos arrived in Smyrna and stayed for 2 years, connecting east to west through the commercial, maritime, and financial networks of the Mediterranean, economic circumstances were more favorable for the non-Muslim groups, mainly Greek Orthodox, Jews, and Armenians, in the economic system of the Ottoman Empire. Napoleonic wars proved to be a major setback for French Mediterranean trade, which maritime and commercial communication had considerably ameliorated. Under such new conditions, the Greeks reorganized their enterprises and formed large informal networks with the aim of extending their activities to a larger range of commodity and credit markets. It is the period where Marseille, London, and Manchester harbored Greek business communities of merchants and commission agents with well-established commercial know-how, alongside a new generation of fortune hunters selected and patronized by richer firms. The main activity of Petrokokkinos in Smyrna was the import-export trade, but given the lack of banking institutions in the Ottoman Empire, Greeks maintained their polyvalence as long as they could, and they employed part of their capital in chartering and buying ships in banking and finance. From his correspondence, it is clear that the young merchant Dimitrios was familiar with an informal who is who evaluation system which was employed by the business community. He increasingly evaluated other merchants in Smyrna according to their fortune, prompt payments, and integrity, because credit was given intuite personae, on a personal basis. And this personal consideration was above all a consideration of one's fortune. Undoubtedly, there were always some merchants of inferior means and character, but contemporaries were rarely deceived for long. Petrokokkinos' letters will serve as an apt illustration of this question. With the next steamboat, I send you 2 letters, he writes to his father. The one is from Ioanni Boukra and company, and the other from Spiriton Damiano, both credit worthy in Smyrna. You can credit them 5,000 francs each, because Skouloudi lent them without any mortgage 5,000 to 6,000 drachmas. I never accept Kouzounieri's signature or other merchant's signature who I am not acquainted with in Marseille. Do not worry. Les vendeurs sont Marcella et Vestaki. Il n'y a aucune crainte pour les solidités. Stavri est un très brave homme. Je le connais bien. Il n'y a aucune crainte pour les 3,000 francs d'anticipation que je lui ai donnés. During the period under consideration, the Greek-owned commercial companies, in spite of the continuous renewal of partnerships, conserved the basic organizational structure known in Europe market since the 18th century. This structure was legally formed in 2 types of companies: General Partnership Company, Société à nom collectif, ομόρυθμος, εταιρεία, and Limited Partnership Company, Société en commandite, ετερόρυθμος, εταιρεία. When Greek merchants established in Western markets, for example in Marseille, what usually happens was that a general partnership company in Marseille cooperated as a secret partner with a limited partnership company in Smyrna. The Marseillaise company was the registered headquarters, la maison mère. The Levantine one was the branch, la filiale. That was advantageous for the European firm, the European Greek firm, in 2 ways. Firstly, it was responsible only for its own invested capital, and secondly, it charged the branch in Smyrna a considerable percentage for credit. In this case, Marseille's predominance over Smyrna's market was a predominance in availability of capital. As the Greek big businessman Andreas Sigros describes, when in 1859-1860 the General Partnership Company Petrokokino Argelasto in Marseille charged 6% to its Constantinopolitan branch, Andreas Sigros writes, as if the branches were mere correspondents, because all branches of our company did not work with their own capital, but with the provided by the registered office in Marseille in the form of open credit bearing interest. The most experienced of the partners was usually appointed as director, whose main concern was the negotiation of sales and purchases in the market and in the stock exchange of the European city. In this, he was guided by the right information at the right time. A constant stream of letters gave the director sufficient information about prices, the parities of foreign currencies in the Levantine markets, or the bad character of a correspondent, a client, a debtor. In a period when correspondence was the only means of communication, commercial letters were almost official documents. Merchants kept them locked in a separate portfolio like the one where I put the bill of exchange, writes Demetrius to his father. For even greater security, the Greek merchants in Marseille had somehow invented 2 types of letters: the common or general, kini, named kini in Greek or général in French, and the particular or private, meriki in Greek, particulière in French. The former, the common, despite the usual personal greeting, dear father or dear Mr. X, was addressed to the whole company. The latter was addressed only to the addressee and contained special information or special secrets. Interesting detail, the common letters were written in French, the particular in Greek. A very important characteristic in the firm's organization and in the organization of Greek entrepreneurial networks was the commercial secrets. Extracts from many letters strikingly depict the competitive world of international trade in a port city like Smyrna, which penetrated ethnic or religious affiliations. we can read here, I secretly bought sesame from my Dinis Pasas. Nobody here in Smyrna knows this business, not even Kouvelas, who was one of his business partners in Smyrna. You are right to employ a second accountant, but I wish that he should not read my letters until you get to know him better. I would like to be sure that nobody sees my letters except Gizou. Gizou was first secretary in Marseille and he was Turkish. The best is when the Greeks here know nothing at all, because they are all full of envy. Yes, I would like to be a little bit. The great majority of firms in the Greek networking between Eastern and Western Mediterranean were a family business stricto sensu. That is, sons were always preferred to nephews, nephews to son-in-laws, etc. Thus, it would be not too bold to state that partners were found among first-degree blood relatives. Fathers cooperated with son, brother with brother, nephew with uncle. Such, at any rate, was the ideal. It was not always accomplished because of geographical dispersion or because of the hazards of war. Many distinguished merchants were killed in the Chios massacres of 1822, or even because of the birth of too many daughters. One way for able men from the outside ruling family to succeed in dominating partnership was to marry into the founding family, and in this way to be incorporated into it. Even in this case, conflicts were very often in evidence, and the outside member of the family was always under close supervision. Dimitrios Petrokokkinos' early enthusiasm about the future marriage of his sister with the merchant Thomas Skouloudis and his eventual cooperation with their firm end up on vivid skepticism with his father Michel, when his father Michel proposed Thomas as a general partner. It is not in our interest if Thomas becomes a general partner. The future of our family must not depend on the signature of a son-in-law. He deserves to be my brother and your son-in-law, but the interest of our family is sacred. Either he will cooperate with me or let it be. Writing bluntly or implicitly, Petrokokkinos reveals three concentric cycles of confidence. The ruling family, including first-degree blood relatives, the larger family extended to second-degree blood relatives and relatives by marriage, and the family's friends, compatriots, co-religionists, etc. In the same spirit, employees were chosen either among relatives or among men without strong family relations, who would easily become attached to the ruling family. I have been working here in Smyrna for 3 months with a very good first secretary. The good thing about him is that he does not come from Smyrna. He does not have any brother, and as time goes by, he will be totally attached to me, because loyalty is far more important than business capacity. I go a little bit... Yes. Small circles of confidence, blood relatives as a guarantee of mutual trust and harmony, continuous evaluation and supervision. We have the impression that we live these merchants in the castle of Franz Kafka. This is only an impression, because unlike Kafka's protagonist, the forces of our heroes were fighting against were visible, and they were the forces of markets. Let's leave it here. I would like to live my whole life in Smyrna. Sensibility of a young Greek merchant. Let us remember that Dimitrios was born in Marseille, and he traveled at the age of 18 years for the first time in his life in the Eastern Mediterranean. On his way to Smyrna in 1843, he stopped for 1 month or 2 on the island of Syros. He was very excited about local hospitality. And some months later, he wrote almost the same things from Smyrna. Everybody knows me. People in the streets say hello to me. People that I don't know. I believe that in Smyrna, everyone knows me. Everywhere I go, in all kinds of company, I'm welcomed. And to tell you the truth, if trade was not so dead, I would like to live my whole life in Smyrna. Our relatives here are extremely kind to me. Here I'm very well entertained. I never fast. Δεν νηστεύει. I never fast because during fasting periods, they cook a separate meal for me. Kyrillos gave me the necktie that you sent me, and it's a very beautiful. Everybody liked it. Gravata, necktie. Everybody liked it because here people do not spend money in such things. Everywhere I go, I am the first. When I go to the theater, there are always 5 or 6 people who offer me a seat in their balcony. I'm entertained. I visit a lot of people. I go to the casino. But, and this is the last point, his genuine enthusiasm about life and relations in Smyrna was followed by a severe criticism of Levantine business attitudes, which was not only the result of his own experience, but mainly arose from his father's perceptions and expectations. In other words, the son was somehow forced to perceive reality through his father's eyes. I hope that until, there are many other references, but I go to the end. I hope that until springtime, I will have enough money because I want as much as you do to come back to our family, to get some rest and entertainment. Do not ever think that Smyrna has got too many charms for me. Levantines who have not lived in Europe probably find it beautiful, but somebody who comes from a European city cannot really like it. Camels and their bells, porters, stones in the streets, tearing feet and shoes to pieces, all these summarize Smyrna's praise. Conclusions. Okay. After the presentation of economic and social networks, I attempted a second reading of Dimitrios' letters. The reading focused on his allusions. He was not scholarly enough to express and to formulate clearly the collective consciousness of his ethnic and professional group. He was not a European traveler, a consul, or one of the thousands who lived the tragic end of the cosmopolitan Smyrna. But as every other man or woman, he was defined by the principles and ideas of his social group and at the same time by his personal, religious, ethnic, aesthetic, or other choices. Behind his everyday gossips, what emerged strongly is that Dimitrios was a bearer of mentality, attitudes, or contradictions found not only among the Greeks in diaspora, but also among the leading groups in Greece of the 19th century. In the last 30 years, many of the studies on diaspora have presented a multitude of material tools of social distinction: acquisition of real estate, land, mansions, medal, charity, work, etc. Dimitrios belonged to this international elite, which formed for a certain period of time the cosmopolitan profile of Smyrna. But despite the arrogance of a young Greek born in Marseille, despite his European sense concerning business, his sensibility concerning milder weather, nice companies, entertainments, friendships, and familiar environments, guided him to admit that Smyrna was the ideal city where Dimitrios would like to live his whole life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. I hate to do this, but we don't have time for discussion, and this is the first session. I'm going to ask the audience, would you like to stay and discuss for 10 minutes, or would you like to have coffee and discussion at the same time? It has been a long matinee, so I would like to do something else, but let us go. Okay, so in the next session. All right. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pardon. Ναι, ναι, πολύ καλά. Αλλά και εμένα μου άρεσε και η προηγούμενη. Τις άλλες δεν τις καταλάβαινα. Πιο κάτω. Okay. Πάμε για καφέ. For what organization? Yes, yes, we hate that. We all hate that.
Αν την περάσετε στην επανεργασία.
Θα βρει αυτή.
Ωραία, να πάω να σου πει να
Ένα λεπτάκι, γιατί έχουμε άλλα.
Nous allons commencer nos travaux θα αρχίσουμε ξανά. Καλώς ορίσατε, κύριε Βλάση, Αρτζίδη. Χαίρομαι που σε βλέπω. Μπορείτε να έρθετε στην αίθουσα? Παρακαλώ.
Teşekkür ederim. Yardımcı kaç yıl önce gelmiştim. Bir dakika, get my telephone here. To find
Στο πάτωμα, κοιτάξατε. Vous avez regardé par terre? Par terre. Στο πάτωμα. Il est rouge. Alors, il faudrait que j'ai un programme. Bien. Alors, η κυρία Κάνερ, επίσης, είναι σε αυτή τη συνέδρια. Το κοινό, ξέρω ότι ο καφές είναι πολύ πετυχημένος. Πάρτε ένα μικρόφωνο ή ελάτε εδώ στο βήμα, όπως θέλετε. Θα δώσω το δικό μου. Bien. Notre première oratrice, our first speaker is Ayşe Özil. I have the advantage of knowing Ayşe Özil for many years now. You want to sit here on my left so you can close the door. So this will be a signal. This is the French way. We give signals. Oh, really? Which one is yours?
Αυτά τα γυαλιά είναι κανενός, τα ξέχασε κανείς εδώ.
Ναι, νομίζω, ναι. Ήσουν η πρώτη να μου στείλει. Ναι. Όλα εντάξει. Εδώ. Bien, nous recommençons nos travaux. We shall start again. Dear Mrs. Sella, Professor, you're welcome. All right, so our first speaker today is Ayşe Özil. She's from Sabancı Üniversitesi. And she has a presentation with the following title: Mobility in Western Anatolia, Greeks of Ayvalık in the 19th century. The floor is yours, dear Ayşe.
Thank you, Hervé. And I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and also for Hervé for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. My talk will be about mobility in Western Anatolia, and I will be focusing on the Greek population and its movements in the Aegean, and I would like to explore how these movements impacted the development of communities in Western Anatolia. In other words, I will explore the trajectory of the mobility of Greeks in the 19th century. And my focus will be on Ayvalık, Kidonyes, one of the leading urban centers to the north of Smyrna in the Gulf of Edremit, across the island of Lesbos. A town of around 30,000 people at its height, composed almost exclusively of Greeks. I would like to explore the connections of the town with the Aegean Islands and mainland Greece. And here I would like to explore, in exploring Ayvalık and the movements of the population in and out of Ayvalık, I would like to perhaps broaden our space of analysis in the conference and show the wider Greek spaces around Smyrna, and in this way situate Smyrna in a broader social historical context. More particularly, I examine distinct waves of movement
which shaped the development of Ayvalık during the 19th century. So I first consider the town's emergence with Greek migration from the Aegean Islands in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. I then move on to the displacement of its people and the abandonment of the town with the Greek Revolution of 1821. This is followed, thirdly, by an examination of another wave of migration which would turn the town into an economic, social, and cultural center throughout the second half of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The paper argues that the mobility was a continuous feature of Greek presence in Western Anatolia. Whether socially, economically, or politically motivated, the movement of Greeks in and out of Ayvalık demonstrates how the development of Western Anatolian towns was connected with the broader Aegean space and the Greek mainland. As I follow the historical trajectories of the town throughout the long 19th century, I explore the interrelationship of the local, that is the town, with the macro space, or what might be suitably called as the global Aegean. I trace how macro developments were experienced or realized and practiced in the town on the ground, and how the town itself contributed to the making of broader developments. And as I aim to make an on-the-ground analysis, I will be speaking about particular groups and individuals in the town. I would like to begin with a few lines from Nikolaos Saltelis, a poet from Ayvalık, who was born in the town around 1815 and died there around 1850, with periods of residence in the Aegean Islands during the Revolution and in Paris for some time afterwards for his studies. Ayvaliots, the poor, the displaced, the foreigners, those who have been destitute and deprived for long years, do come to us in embrace. These lines appeared on the gate of the hospital situated on the southern banks of the town and provide us with a good base for exploring issues of being local, being foreign, and being a refugee, and how these issues and states of being were realized and experienced in Ayvalık. So I would like to use these lines from a poet from Ayvalık as a starting ground to discuss these issues. And it might also be important that these lines appeared on the gate of the hospital, for other purposes of philanthropy as well. So the first part of the paper, the making of the town, Ayvalık was a town constituted out of migration. We trace its establishment to the late 18th century, when it was built with incoming people from the Aegean Islands and the Peloponnese. While there probably was a scattered settlement before this time, its emergence as a town per se is dated to the late 18th century and is attributed to the priest Ioannis Dimitrakelis, who had the title of Ikonomos. His parents had arrived to Ayvalık from the town of Mytilene in the island of Lesbos, where his father assumed the administrative duties for the Greek community. The establishment of the town is also associated with the establishment of the academy, which was founded at the turn of the 19th century, the Academy of Kyrillos. The academy was part of both a regional and a broader Balkan space of letters and learning. Regionally, it existed along with the academies in Smyrna and Chios as Ayvalık became one of the three centers of Greek Enlightenment in the Eastern Aegean. More broadly, it was part of the wider Ottoman Greek world of letters, along with the academies of Yashi and Bucharest. The Academy of Ayvalık in the first decades of the 19th century attracted scholars from various parts of the Greek world. Contemporary evidence refers to a significant number of foreign students, whose number in fact was approximately the same as the number of local students. It became one of the leading academies in the Greek world in the Ottoman Empire. Saltelis's family too contributed to the establishment of the academy. And here in this story of the making of Ayvalık, we are able to talk about two types of mobilities. One, the population movement to the town, and the other, scholarly mobility. That is how the academy attracted various students and scholars from different parts of the Greek world, as was characteristic of such academies. So here I move on to the second part of the paper, to the time of the Greek Revolution. In May 1921, the Greeks of Ayvalık joined the revolution. There was a revolt in the town, supported by incoming ships, and with attacks to the nearby regions, to the town of Edremit, for example, in the north of Ayvalık. The Ottoman state countered the revolt with military forces from İzmir and other parts of the districts of Hüdavendigar and Karesi, to which Ayvalık belonged. There was destruction during the confrontations. Some of the inhabitants were killed, some others were taken captive, while a bigger number escaped. Those who escaped from Ayvalık left the town for the East Aegean islands. Among those who left for the nearby islands was the father of Saltelis, the poet, who moved to the island of Psara, to the west of Chios, where he joined the revolution and was eventually killed. The poet and his mother settled in Tinos, where Saltelis was taught at the local school by one of the teachers of the Academy of Kidonies, who was also in Tinos at the time. One of the other individuals who escaped was Georgios Sarafis, a well-known scholar of the Academy, who moved to the island of Hydra, where he died. Evstratios Petridis, another scholar from Ayvalık, also moved to Psara, as did Saltelis, and then further to Andros and Tinos. Ayvalık turned into a deserted town. The Ottoman central authorities decided for the takeover of the property, including houses, shops, agricultural fields and gardens, along with their produce. Following a land survey, these properties would be turned over to the proprietorship of the state or to the proprietorship of a local landlord, or to be sold to Muslims. And we are talking about extensive agricultural fields and other property in the region. Some of the Ayvaliots went to and remained in Syros and Egina, where they established communities and did not return back. However, the Saltelis family returned, along with many others, beginning from the late 1820s. We are not talking only about a small group of learned people like Saltelis, but we know of the presence of a wider group of people, because when they returned with Greek nationality, which became an issue in the eyes of the Ottoman state, and thus they entered the Ottoman registers. And the Ottoman state particularly kept record of them, either for political purposes or purposes of taxation. Specifically, these people claimed exemption from the poll tax, and thus we can follow some of them in the Ottoman archives. In 1846, for example, Evgerinos, son of Georgi, Georgi, son of Parachever, Nicola, son of Dimitri, were among those who were registered as liable to taxation, and yet they refused to pay their tax on the ground that they had Greek passports. The Ottoman state ordered the sale of properties of those who received Greek nationality. Evidence, nevertheless, suggests, that is both from Greek and Ottoman sources, suggests that from around the middle of the 19th century, the authorities allowed for the return of the former inhabitants who had escaped from the town. Thus, inhabitants resettled and received their properties. The rebuilding proper began from around the mid-19th century, and at this point, I pass on to the third part of the paper, the remaking of the town. Former inhabitants, such as the family of Saltelis, took part in the regeneration of the town, while there were new waves of migration throughout the following decades of the empire. Indeed, it was in the second half of the 19th century that the town began to develop and it turned into a prosperous settlement with economic, social, and cultural capital. Ivaliots during this time established agricultural estates, olive mills, and soap factories. The town became a regional economic center based on the production of olives and its accompanying manufacture. Produce of Ayvalık was exported to Italy and France, with international companies and banks opening agencies in the town at the turn of the century. Further, Ayvaliots founded various communal institutions, that is, churches, schools, and philanthropic associations. The town was able to maintain a growing population with its institutional administrative framework, including structures of local and communal governance. The establishment of a variety of communal institutions further showed and was based on the prosperity of the town. It is this legacy from the later decades of the empire which gave its characteristic to the town and how the town is actually recognized today with reference to its Ottoman past. And once again, migration to the town was intimately connected with this picture of prosperity. An incoming population and its commercial and social power contributed to the making of this prosperity, while in turn the rising prosperity attracted more migrants. Asimakis Iliopoulos, a native of Greece from the Peloponnese, migrated to Ayvalık and became the local agent of the properties of Smaragda Baltacı. Smaragda Baltacı was the daughter of Stephanos Karatheodoris, of the renowned Greek administrative elite in the Ottoman Empire. She was married to Spiridon Baltacı, of another family of large landowners, merchants, and bankers originating from Chios. A part of the family resided in Smyrna in the second half of the 19th century, where they had extensive lands, including those in Ayvalık and environs. Different members of the extended family moved in between various parts of the Mediterranean and Europe, including Chios, Athens, Marseille, and Vienna. Smaragda Baltacı, in the late 19th century, resided in Athens and was an absentee landlady, while Iliopoulos worked the estates for her. Iliopoulos, an agriculturalist himself by training, also became one of the leading landlords of Ayvalık, working large olive farms. He himself bought estates and acted as the British Vice Consul of Ayvalık during this time. He died in Ayvalık in 1904 after 35 years of residence in the town. mobility towards Ayvalık wasn't confined to the upper strata of society. In one of the neighborhoods of Ayvalık, Katohora, agricultural workers, captains and contraband merchants lived. They were migrants from Mytilene and other villages of Lesvos, the island of Limnos and Imros in the northeast Aegean. Here, regarding the lower strata of society, we see a number of different places of migration, as opposed to the usual Chios Andros and other parts of the eastern Mediterranean or the Kyklaves. We see Imros and Limnos as well as the villages of Lesvos, in addition to the usual reference to the principal town of Lesvos, Mytilene. This might be suggestive of different paths of migration for the lower strata from the perhaps less prosperous parts of the Aegean, the northeast Aegean, or the villages of Lesvos. These people, both the upper and the lower strata, contributed to the making of merchant networks across the Aegean, which gives us an economically induced context of mobility. In conclusion, mobility was a permanent feature of the town of Ayvalık, which made, unmade, and remade the town in the long 19th century. We have seen that the path of migration was mainly from the Aegean islands and the Peloponnese. Mobility, which characterized Ayvalık, had various pull and push factors, and there were different economic, political, and scholarly reasons behind this mobility. We are able to talk about the movement of scholars into the town with the establishment of the academy at the turn of the 19th century. We are able to talk about the movement out of the town induced by the Greek Revolution, and we are able to talk about landowners and merchants who moved to the town to establish business. Mobility included both the upper and lower strata of society, and spaces of migration changed with a tendency towards the northern Aegean islands in relation to the lower strata. Experienced in a variety of ways, mobility defined this Western Anatolian town, that is Ayvalık, Kidonyes, and a look into its historical trajectory gives us clues about the making of the 19th century world across the Aegean. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this dynamic presentation, which introduces historicity in the picture, and this is something I do emphasize when I'm teaching. Thank you very, very much. Our second speaker is Ferial Tansu, and her paper has the following title: Monitoring Smyrna in the Age of Reforms. And you have a PowerPoint presentation we are about to find. We are going to find.
Shall I start? Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for your kind invitation for the conference and to the Department of Modern Turkish and Asian Studies. It is an honor to be here to talk. Now, I will be talking about an ironic issue in the age of reforms, Ottoman reforms, namely the Tanzimat. it was for the benefit of non-Muslims, but at the same time, I detected in the Ottoman archival documents that at the same time, the central government put Smyrna under a close control. My talk will be about this. Smyrna rose from a small town of 1,300 people in the 17th century to a significant port city with a population of around 108,000 people at the turn of the 19th century. There were various factors that played a crucial role in this period of development. The fact that Smyrna became an important center for the cotton and silk trade played a key role in this economic growth in the late 17th century. European merchants who were in search of cotton found it in good quality in the hinterlands of the city. A significant commercial community, Dutch, English, Venetian, and French, had already settled in the city in the 17th century and provided strong ties with the commercial centers in the other parts of the Mediterranean. European councils, which were established in Smyrna in the 17th century in due time, became very influential in the administration of the city. Let me briefly explain how this process worked and European councils had a strong voice among the local rulers. In the late 16th and first 2 decades of the 17th century, Aleppo, in fact, held a crucial position for the international trade in the eastern Mediterranean. However, the dangerous conditions and unrest resulting from the Ottoman Safavid wars at the end of the 16th and early 17th century made the trade route to and from Aleppo insecure. Moreover, the strict rules and regulations in Aleppo also made the merchants search for a new, secure port in the region. Smyrna was the most suitable and attractive alternative to Aleppo through its natural harbor and politically safe location in the eastern Mediterranean. Furthermore, the high import taxes levied on Persian silk in Bursa, which was a significant center of silk production, led to the transfer of the caravan trade route for Persian-linked Smyrna as well. Hence, the city became one of the most important silk trade centers in the empire. High profits led to greater investments and larger organizations so that an intricate commercial network connected western Anatolian towns, drawing both goods and people to the region's port city. These developments made the Dutch, English, French, and Venetian merchants establish themselves very well in the social-economic life of the city in the 17th century. Smyrna was part of this commercial web in various ways. First, it served as a lure for large commercial agents of Western Europe that were represented by the consuls and merchants from Amsterdam, London, Marseille, and Venice. Second, it provided a food supply to these agents, mostly produced by the Ottoman non-Muslims. The main innovation in these transactions was the accumulation and shipment of goods to Western Europe rather than Istanbul. And by 19th century, consuls played positive and negative roles in the implementation of the Ottoman reforms, namely the Tanzimat. When the French consuls had to end their commercial activities in the Near East as a result of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, the hostilities were declared between the Ottoman Empire and France. The influence of the British consul in the city began to increase at the expense of the French consul. The British consul represented the British community vis-à-vis the Ottoman authorities and had intervened in matters related to British merchants in Smyrna in late 1790s. Regarding the authorities and positions of the British merchants in the city, British consul in Smyrna, Mr. Very, stated in one of his correspondences in 1825, "The subjects of Great Britain are placed in all civil and criminal matters occurring between Europeans and under the excessive jurisdiction of the British consuls. This is not surprising, of course, if we consider the Eastern question of the age, the willingness of the European states to interfere in the internal affairs of the Ottoman Empire through their councils, as supporters of the Ottoman reforms and protector of the non-Muslim communities. However, sometimes the council's actions exceeded their authority to the point that they were able to prevent the implementation of some of the reform regulations when the economic interests of their merchants were at stake. For example, in 1855 in Smyrna, attempts to rewrite the profit tax, temettü registers, as one of the regulations of the Tanzimat were unsuccessful because of the interference of all councils of the city. Ahmet Refik Pasha, who was responsible for the registers of the non-Muslims, could not complete the temettü records, even informed the imperial government about this and had leave to city. And the famous thoroughfare of the city, the Frank Street, composed of councils of various states in the middle of the 19th century, Austria, Denmark, England, Flanders, France, Genoa, Toscana, Greece, Prussia, Russia, Sardinia, all was very concerned about the implementation of the Tanzimat reforms. On the top of the list, the temettü registers. Documents from the Tanzimat period suggest that the influence of the councils reached their peak, that they dealt with the issues both minor and major. Some archival documents which indicate the effective position of the councils are as follows. Thank you. British Consul Mr. Brandt in the 1840s interfered into a Greek woman's, Kalitcha, legal struggle against two Orthodox Christian men. One was the Greek merchant Andonaki under the British protection, and the other one was Yorgi. Kalitcha could not solve her problem without interference of the British consul in her favor. She petitioned to the port about her sherbet house, Sherbethane, which was ruined during one of the fires in the city. These men began to use her sherbet house business without any cause and without any permission. She had received a written judgment of Qadi from an official report from Mazbata from the Council of City, and also received an imperial order that referred her complaint to the Islamic court in 1841. Since one of these non-Muslim men was under the British protection, she also petitioned to the British consulate, which ordered that her complaint should be heard in the Islamic court. The court initially decided to forbid the interference in her Sherbethane in favor of her, but despite the decision in her favor, these men began building on her land this time, and moreover, they did not attend the court in the determined days of the case. To make them attend, she again requested a letter from the British consulate and also a written document forbidding construction on her land, at least until the conflict was resolved in her favor. This example shows that Greek women in Smyrna insistently asked for a letter from the British consulate in Smyrna to protect her rights against the intrusions of these non-Muslim men. Another example dating back to 1842 this time is about a murder case in the city. The murder of a Dutch woman in Smyrna in 1842 by a native of Malta was attested by two witnesses. Consul Brandt wrote about this event in his correspondence and stated that although the crime was punished with death penalty, upon the report of the judge, it was commuted to exile for life. Since Malta was under the British rule, the consul was directly involved in the trial and the decision on the punishment of the murderer, and managed to replace the death penalty with the exile for life. The British consul was also interested in the physical and sanitary conditions of the city for the sake of the commercial activities of the people he represented. For example, during one of the plague epidemics in 1843, the consul had authority to examine the surrounding districts and villages of Smyrna, not only the urban city itself, and to give orders to make necessary precautions. He put the ships coming from Egypt and Syria under quarantine in the port to prevent the spread of the disease in the city. However, it is also important to mention that councils collaborated very well with the Muslim local authorities during the times of disasters, like epidemics and fires. In 1831 and 1840, cholera killed almost 1,000 people in the city. Another one emerged in 1865. The governor of Smyrna, Rashid Bey, gathered councils, old councils, and doctors to discuss precautions that could be taken to prevent the further spread of the epidemics, including helping the poor families, cleaning roads, and providing aid to distant districts. He worked very closely with the French consul Ventivolia to observe the situation in person and organize issues related to the transferring of people to the other regions and cleanliness. Despite the effective role played by the councils in the administration of the city during the Tanzimat, we also see that attempts of the imperial government to limit their influential authority in the city. Kaymakam Mehmet Hamdi Efendi wrote in 1844 that he had received a letter from the imperial government ordering that the consuls should not give out patents, commercial licenses, and exceed the boundaries of their duties. In his letter, the port ordered that if the consuls acted contrary to these rules, they should be warned about their provocative actions. Many consuls had illegal private docks in the city built behind their houses, purportedly for pleasure boating, but in reality to conduct contraband trade since the earlier centuries. Although the imperial government was informed by the local governors about their illegal doings, and although the port sent insistently warning letters and precaution orders to the local administration of the city, the illegal activities of the consuls could not be prevented. Such documents indicate that local governors and the central government itself were not comfortable with the influential positions of the consuls in the administration of the city during the Tanzimat period. The imperial government tried to control and limit their authority in accordance with the centralizing reforms, which was a difficult task, in fact, since they were well embedded in society since earlier centuries. Their presence and strong influences were one of the characteristics of Smyrna. As for the Greeks of Smyrna, my second part of the paper, although the reform edicts of 1839 and 56 provided various advantages for the non-Muslim communities of the empire, they also brought them under closer scrutiny by the state. Their employment in public service and administration was contingent on the sovereign will of the Ottoman Sultan. The same was true for all teachers and others working in the field of education. The 1856 imperial edict stressed this fact by saying that the employment of all the Sultan's subjects, non-Muslim and Muslim, was determined only by his sovereign command, as the Sultan underlined. However, in the pre-Tanzimat era, the rights and freedoms of non-Muslim communities could not be restricted or changed at will. Since the time of Mehmed II, they had been granted in perpetuity and therefore became inherent in the millet itself without being subject to renewal or abolition. But in 1856 imperial edict, the Sultan stated that the millet, meaning all communities, non-Muslim and Muslim, should proceed with his high approval and the supervision of his high court. In fact, archival evidence suggests that this close control of Greek community had already begun in Smyrna after the 1839 edict. Let me give some archival documents in regard to central control in the city. In 1840, a letter from Grand Vizierate warned the muhassel of the city that activities of the Greek and Austrian merchants and the staging of the Greek theatrical plays might lead to hostility and unrest in multi-religious society. The Grand Vizierate ordered the muhassel to check the licenses of these merchants and Greek schools and Greek theaters. If they were not unlicensed, they had to be closed down, and such improper activities should be forbidden in the districts of Smyrna as well. The Grand Vizierate warned the muhassel that performances of Greek plays might instigate hatred and other unfavorable feelings in the society, citing as an example the Greek drama about Marcos Botcharis as one of the leaders in the Greek independence war. This indicates Ottoman government's concern about a potential social unrest in the city, and it attempted to take precautions for the preservation of social order in its multi-religious society in the face of the nascent Greek state. Another document that shows the control of the center is a memorandum written by the Grand Vizierate to the Kaymakam of the city, this time in 1844. It was about the permission to resume publication of the Greek newspaper Amalthea. Earlier, the paper had been shut down because of some of its articles were against the Ottoman government. In 1844, the central government allowed Amalthea to publish again, however, on the condition that it does not publish articles again unfavorable to the Ottoman state. Another record is an imperial decree that was sent to the muhassel of Smyrna, this time in 1847. It ordered the close monitoring of the disguised observers of Greeks in their churches and other places where they get together in the city. In Ottoman Turkish, lisana aşina iki nefer kullarını tebdili cami ile means disguising. After making an inquiry, the muhassel reported to the imperial government that the Greeks expressed their blessing on the Sultan and in their prayers in the churches. They submitted their jizya papers without being pressured, and they were very happy with the state stamp for the registration of their boats for free. In this document, we also see that although the old control of practice of disguise was abolished by an imperial edict in 1829, it remained in use in Smyrna. Correspondences like this and many more in the Ottoman archives indicate Ottoman state's concern to keep social cohesion in the multi-religious city on the face of the presence of independent Greek kingdom and its ongoing activities for the megali idea. The central government attempted to prevent the formation of anti-government public opinion in the city and maintain loyalty to the Ottoman state. In the 19th century, while Smyrna played a crucial role in transmitting Western ideas and modernizing elements in the Ottoman Empire, the central government, in fact, pushed the city to align with its principles through centralizing reform regulations. Such archival documents and many others typical for the case of Smyrna suggest that the Ottoman Empire struggled to integrate its western periphery into the center by applying Tanzimat regulations. With its well-functioning, religiously diverse society and vibrant economic life, Smyrna came to represent the modern face of the Ottoman Empire. As the central government applied its reform regulations, the urban, social, cultural, and economic character of the city did not weaken, but instead became strength. Smyrna integrated with the center, but retained its dynamics and local character, which helped the city maintain its social cohesion until the first decade of the 20th century. The policies of the Committee of Union and Progress in the 1910s disturbed the centuries-old local dynamics and social cohesion in the city and its surrounding environment. And eventually, the multi-ethno-religious city came to an abrupt end as a result of the formation of the modern nation states. The archival evidence indicated responsiveness of the Ottoman state to the Greeks of the city and its interference to solve their problems in favor to gain their loyalty. Analysis of this from a social theoretical perspective on the issues of sovereignty, authority, and control points to a pragmatic and sometimes opportunist Ottoman ruling, imperial ruling, not simply as tolerance, as argued by popular discourses and some scholarly studies. And this requires a further analysis within the framework of social theory, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this paper, putting emphasis on the agency of non-Ottoman or non-Muslim Ottomans in Smyrna. Our third speaker is Emilia Temopoulou, my dear colleague. Her paper has the following title, Mutation économique et sociale à Smyrne, deuxième moitié du XIXe siècle, début du XXe. Chère Émilie, nous sommes tout oui.
Je vous remercie. Avant de commencer à mon exposé, je voudrais remercier mes chers collègues qui font partie du comité d'organisation et nos étudiants qui nous attendent et qui nous ont beaucoup aidés. Je vous remercie. Nous allons étudier dans notre communication les transformations économiques et sociales de Smyrne et la réorganisation de la société qui avait un impact important dans l'évolution de la ville. Smyrne, après Constantinople, constitue le deuxième ville-port de l'Empire ottoman. Vers la fin du XIXe siècle, la région de Smyrne, par ses rapports commerciaux avec l'Occident, entre dans les sphères du commerce international. Et Smyrne, on sait que devient le nœud de communication maritime de la Méditerranée orientale et aussi de communication terrestre dans l'Asie mineure. Cette évolution apportera des mutations dans le domaine économique et social à Smyrne, mais aussi à l'interland de l'Asie mineure. L'impact de la pénétration occidentale, observé dans les centres urbains et aussi dominant dans les domaines principaux de l'économie de la ville, c'est-à-dire dans ses rapports avec l'interland, dans les systèmes de la propriété foncière et aussi les domaines de l'industrie. On va voir tout brièvement ces trois secteurs. La ville et sa région constituent, on sait, le grand entrepôt de produits agricoles et de matières premières qui arrivent des régions proches ou lointaines, comme par exemple Bursa, Ankara, Antalya, à destination de l'Europe occidentale. L'adaptation de la production agricole à la demande extérieure se produisait par des réformes appliquées au système de la propriété foncière, c'est-à-dire par le passage de la propriété de l'État à la propriété privée effectuée par Arazi Kanunamesi, la loi sur les terres. Cette évolution constitue une étape importante de l'économie pré-capitaliste ottomane. L'adaptation de l'économie de Smyrne aux conditions du commerce international s'effectuait donc par la commercialisation de la production agricole, par des lois de 1867 et de 1869 qui permettaient la propriété des terres aux non-musulmans et occidentaux, une partie de la propriété terrienne de la région de Smyrne et de son interland passait ainsi aux mains des non-musulmans et des occidentaux. Toutefois, la grande propriété restait dans les mains des musulmans. Les négociants non-musulmans, en revanche, par leur réseau avec l'interland de l'Asie mineure, jouaient un rôle très important à la diffusion des produits agricoles du pays aux marchés occidentaux et en revanche des importations, notamment de manufactures européennes, dans les marchés ottomans. Et tout à l'heure, Madame Mandelara nous a bien prouvé que les négociants grecs, ils ne possédaient pas de capitaux et ils faisaient l'achat des importations à crédit. En revanche, il remboursait les sommes qu'il devait en vendant les exportations après la vente des exportations des produits agricoles. Le développement des communications terrestres sur les régions environnantes, les lignes de voies ferrées, comme par exemple les lignes de İzmir-Aydın et İzmir-Kasaba, concédées aux Britanniques et aux Français, qui reliaient la ville à la région de Selçuk, de Nazilli, de Söke, concédées aux Britanniques et aux Français, favorisaient en effet la position des négociants et entrepreneurs et l'influence économique qu'ils exerçaient sur la population rurale. Les négociants et hommes d'affaires grecs orthodoxes, juifs, arméniens et occidentaux tenaient entre leurs mains une partie importante de l'économie de la ville et de l'arrière-pays. À la fin du XIXe siècle, les exportations d'Izmir constituaient les 43% des exportations générales de l'Empire ottoman. Au cours de cette époque, les moyennes annuelles des exportations d'Izmir furent multipliées par 5, tandis que les exportations générales de l'Empire présentaient une hausse multipliée par 3. Le développement de la ville engendra un mouvement de la population des Grecs orthodoxes vers Smyrne, venus de l'interland de l'Asie mineure, des îles de la mer Égée et de la Grèce, ce qui avait comme résultat une certaine augmentation de la population grecque orthodoxe. La guerre de 1878 contre la Russie et les guerres balkaniques, en revanche, avaient pour répercussion l'augmentation de la population musulmane. Smyrne, du point de vue des populations, constitue la deuxième ville de l'Empire ottoman après Constantinople. Je ne veux pas mentionner les chiffres de la population pour être un peu plus brève. La ville attirait des hommes d'affaires orientés désormais vers de nouvelles branches d'activité, comme par exemple le domaine bancaire, le domaine d'assurance, des compagnies maritimes, des professions libérales liées au développement de l'éducation et des représentants des établissements occidentaux. Au cours de cette époque, les négociants ne se contentaient plus des activités commerciales et élargissaient leur domaine en devenant des fondateurs et actionnaires de banques privées, des entrepreneurs d'activités polyvalentes, si on ose dire, et des industriels en participant ainsi à la création des premières industries de la ville. Quant aux négociants musulmans ayant leur réseau avec l'interland, leur présence devient de plus en plus active dans le domaine des produits agricoles vers la fin du XIXe siècle. En 1885 fut créée la Chambre de commerce de Smyrne. Au début, le président fut un arménien et le vice-président un grec orthodoxe. Toutefois, après 1808, pendant la période des jeunes turcs, la présidence de la Chambre de commerce passait dans les mains de la population musulmane. Au début du XXe siècle, le nombre des établissements occidentaux affiche une hausse considérable. De 30, par exemple, passe à 63. Il existait au cours de cette époque 17 consulats de puissance occidentale et 11 banques sur la place d'Izmir, dont les 2 seulement furent ottomans. Toutefois, au cours de la période des jeunes turcs, la politique économique de comités d'union et progrès consistant à la formation d'une économie nationale désignée entre guillemets comme milli iktisat et d'une bourgeoisie nationale, milli-bourgeoisie, dans le but d'interdire l'accès aux ressources pour les non-musulmans et de mettre une fin à la pénétration économique occidentale. Car il considérait que l'application d'une économie nationale nécessitait la formation d'une classe de bourgeoisie nationale constituée uniquement des musulmans. Le pouvoir central stimulait l'activité des marchands musulmans qui les désignaient comme marchands nationaux. Par conséquent, l'usage du terme milli, c'est-à-dire national, est appliqué pour mettre l'accent à la formation d'une bourgeoisie nationale et d'une économie nationale par la participation uniquement de l'élément musulman. Cette évolution constitue un point important où les détenteurs de capitaux n'étaient plus les non-musulmans, mais une classe de bourgeoisie musulmane. Les boycottages économiques appliqués en 1808, 1911-12 et l'abolition des capitulations par le comité d'union et progrès en 1914 sont très significatifs à cet égard. La formation du comité de redressement industriel Sanayi Islah Komisyonu en 1860 marque les débuts de l'industrialisation de l'Empire. Smyrne, au début du XXe siècle, constituait le centre le plus important de la production industrielle après Constantinople. Toutefois, il faut noter, les industries à Smyrne furent créées par des capitaux privés. Les domaines des produits d'alimentation, du tissage et notamment la production du tapis, ayant une tradition dans l'Asie mineure, constituaient les branches les plus importantes. Au début du XXe siècle, des 5300 industries existantes dans la région, à peu près les 4000 appartenaient aux Grecs orthodoxes, 1400 aux musulmans et les restes aux Arméniens, Juifs et aux Occidentaux. Qu'est-ce qui se passe en 1922? En revanche, seulement les 10% appartenaient aux non-musulmans. En 1922 fut créée l'Union nationale turque de commerce et un an plus tard, en 1923, le congrès économique d'Izmir, le fameux İzmir İktisat Kongresi, organisé par Mustafa Kemal, fut une époque importante du développement de la classe marchande turque et de la politique de l'économie nationale fondée sur l'idéologie politique de l'union et progrès des jeunes turcs. Cette évolution est liée au contrôle exercé par l'État dans le but de nationalisation des secteurs importants de l'économie et de l'application des monopoles d'État qui exprimaient à cette époque-là, après les années 22, et la politique économique kémaliste. L'évolution d'Izmir, d'après les nouveaux besoins du marché que nous venons de décrire, engendrait une diversification professionnelle. Cette évolution entraînait en son tour des mutations sociales par la formation des groupes socio-économiques puissants. Ces nouveaux groupes étaient en effet issus de l'expansion commerciale occidentale, du développement de l'économie urbaine et de la modernisation ottomane. Les mutations décrites sont manifestées par l'application d'une nouvelle classe sociale au sein de la communauté de la ville que nous désignerons sous les termes de nouvelles classes moyennes, ce qui est très significatif de l'évolution de la société d'Izmir. Cette nouvelle classe fut à la base de mutations sociales, mais aussi politiques, au cours de l'époque du développement du nationalisme dans la ville. Les transformations sociales étaient donc issues en partie à la différenciation sociale à l'intérieur de chaque communauté de Smyrne, ce qui entraînait l'intégration de celles-ci à la vie sociale de la ville et à leur homogénéisation dans la vie urbaine. D'autre part, les débuts de l'industrialisation de la ville se manifestaient par la formation d'une classe ouvrière, ce qui est très significatif de la restructuration sociale de la ville. Les groupes puissants nouveaux dominaient la scène sur le plan économique et social, étant souvent les représentants de leur communauté d'appartenance. Ils essayaient d'établir leur suprématie dans l'ensemble de la société de la ville. Dans la restructuration sociale de la ville, nous avons également la présence de la population musulmane. La participation aussi des fonctionnaires de l'administration publique, formant une nouvelle classe de bureaucrates. Cette nouvelle classe, issue de la réorganisation de l'administration provinciale de l'Empire, impliquait la création de nouveaux postes dans la fonction publique et s'est constituée en grande majorité par des musulmans. La participation des autorités locales aux groupes sociaux puissants nous amène à mieux comprendre les rapports entre les communautés multiethniques au cours de cette période et l'autorité ottomane locale. Le gouverneur de la ville et le président de la municipalité créé en 1868, le président du tribunal, les officiers, et ils faisaient partie des nouveaux couches socio-économiques puissantes. La participation des négociants, des entrepreneurs dans les conseils administratifs, Vilayet Idare Meclisi, c'est avec les lois de 1864 et des lois de 1867, avec les autorités locales, leur placer dans une situation favorable vis-à-vis des habitants de la province et renforcer leur position sociale dans la ville. Les conseils administratifs locaux qui exprimaient la volonté de renforcement et de la consolidation du pouvoir central dans les provinces assurait en effet la participation des hommes d'affaires non musulmans dans l'administration de la province. Le développement de l'économie urbaine impliquait aussi des rapports étroits entre les hommes d'affaires de l'administration locale, dû aussi au fait qu'ils constituaient des éléments nouveaux et faisaient partie des groupes puissants qu'on venait d'expliquer. La modernisation ottomane avait pour répercussion l'introduction de comportements nouveaux dans plusieurs aspects de la vie urbaine. Des fêtes, des réceptions dans lesquelles participaient les autorités locales avec les membres de communautés non musulmanes reflètent les relations des autorités locales avec des communautés multiethniques de la ville. Cette évolution fut en effet l'expression des nouvelles dynamiques de coexistence des communautés multiethniques dans le cadre de la modernisation ottomane, bien avant l'éveil des nationalismes. Il faudrait toutefois souligner que la sociabilité observée fut élargie vers les groupes socio-économiques dominants et les dirigeants faisant partie des nouvelles élites de Smyrne. Ces nouvelles formes de sociabilité impliquaient l'introduction d'un comportement interculturel, la constitution d'associations culturelles comme sportives, comme par exemple les sporting clubs, et assuraient ainsi une sociabilité entre les membres des communautés multiethniques. Le progrès socio-économique de la ville favorisait le développement culturel, la création des écoles, la publication des journaux et la formation des élites intellectuelles, et qui étaient dues en partie à des aspirations nationales des groupes ethniques. D'après Elshad Kassaba, dans le dernier quart du XIXe siècle, il existait 17 imprimeries. Au début du XXe siècle, il existait 8 journaux publiés en grec, 7 en ottoman, 6 en arménien, 5 en français, 5 en hébreu. Ce qui nous donne un éclatement du développement de la presse. La modernisation ottomane avait pour impact des transformations dans les grandes villes. Le développement de l'urbanisation en tant qu'élément unificateur d'une société fragmentée qui s'évolue jusqu'alors selon une ségrégation des groupes ethnoconfessionnels contribua à l'aménagement de nouveaux espaces dans la ville, désormais accaparés par des groupes socioprofessionnels. Les anciens clivages ethniques et religieux qui divisaient l'espace urbain en quartiers confessionnels cédaient peu à peu devant les nouvelles sociabilités basées plutôt sur des critères socio-économiques. Les Grecs orthodoxes habitaient jusqu'alors en partie dans les quartiers appelés Frangovan-Halas, qui fut aussi l'endroit où se trouvaient de grands magasins, des banques considérés comme les plus importants quartiers du marché. Dans ces environs habitaient aussi des musulmans, des juifs, des occidentaux et des arméniens. Une partie des juifs, d'arméniens, des grecs orthodoxes et des musulmans en revanche habitaient autour de ceux du quartier de Frangovan-Halas. Et spécifique pour chaque communauté aussi, et ils habitaient dans les hauteurs de la ville. Toutefois, après la construction du quai, la région devient les lieux de la coexistence des communautés multiethniques et le centre de la vie économique, et reflétait ainsi le caractère multiethnique de la ville. Les Occidentaux et une partie des Grecs orthodoxes, des Juifs et des Arméniens quittent la région de Frangovan-Halas pour habiter dans la région des quais et aussi à Buza, à Bornova, qui était considéré comme lieu d'habitation des couches sociales plus aisées. Le réaménagement de l'espace urbain avait pour répercussion la redistribution spatiale des habitants qui suivit désormais des critères de différenciation sociale. La localisation des couches sociales aisées dans des quartiers nouveaux reflétait en effet leur choix en fonction des critères socio-économiques, mais aussi des critères socioculturels, car ces nouvelles classes sociales elles-mêmes, issues des transformations socio-économiques, représentaient la modernisation ottomane. Nous observons donc que le développement économique de la ville et la transformation de sa structure sociale dictait désormais l'organisation de l'espace urbain. Dans le cas de la ville d'Izmir, on assiste à l'extension de la ville et à la création de nouveaux quartiers comme Güzelyalı. Lors de l'évolution des grands centres urbains comme Smyrne, un fait marquant fut la différenciation observée dans certains quartiers d'une même ville. Cette évolution était due en effet à l'adaptation de certains quartiers aux nouvelles conditions de l'époque et en revanche, ceux qui ne présentaient pas la même dynamique de transformation, qui étaient habités plutôt par des couches sociales moins favorisées. L'impact de la redistribution spatiale des habitants par critères socio-économiques crée donc une bipolarité dans les centres urbains tels que Smyrne et Salonique. Il est donc constaté qu'au sein de la ville même, faisait par cohabiter sans véritable intégration vieux îlots et quartiers modernes. En réalité, cette division est sans doute à la base de la différenciation socio-économique des habitants issus des nouvelles habitudes et mentalités introduites dans la société des grandes villes. Toutefois, une forte proportion de la population chrétienne, musulmane et juive restait en dehors du cadre des sociabilités décrites plus haut. Dans la réorganisation de l'espace urbain, l'État marquait sa présence par la création de bâtiments de l'administration locale, par exemple le CONAC, Conseil à Smyrne, et les municipalités, les casernes, les écoles, des bâtiments d'utilité publique et des parcs qui assuraient à leur tour la coexistence entre les membres des communautés multiethniques. Nous constatons donc l'intervention de l'État dans l'aménagement et la gestion de l'espace public sur le modèle occidental par la loi de la construction Ebniye Kanunu mise en application en 1863. Vers la fin du XIXe siècle, l'aménagement de l'espace urbain fut placé donc sous l'autorité des municipalités. Nous avons l'exemple très clair de Sabri Pacha qui fait démolir les remparts de la ville à Smyrne et tout de suite, étant nommé à Salonique, il fait démolir aussi les remparts de la ville de Salonique et c'est depuis la date de son présidence Convali qui commence la construction soit à Salonique, soit à Smyrne et du quai. Pour conclure, le développement économique de la ville et l'apparition de nouveaux groupes sociaux qui contribuèrent à leur tour au renouvellement de la stratification sociale à l'intérieur de chaque communauté sont en effet l'expression d'une société en pleine mutation comme le fut celle de Smyrne au début du XXe siècle. Je vous remercie de votre patience.
Merci Émilie pour cet éclairage socio-économique qui bouscule l'ordonnancement ethno-religieux classique. Alors, our last speaker will be my dear colleague Efi Canet. She will speak now about class and gender dimensions of educational activity in the Greek Orthodox communities during the Ottoman Reform era. Dear Efi, please, the floor is yours. Maybe you can come here and activate your presentation. Θα το κάνω για σένα. Θα μου πεις. Πάρε αυτό.
Εντάξει, εδώ ακούγομαι. Okay. Thank you very much, Hervé. Education was a crucial means of consolidation of Ottoman citizenship, a concept that Ottoman reforms promoted. Apart from a number of state regulations, initiatives for the spread of education were also taken by the non-Muslim communities, aiming broadly at the consolidation of their own specific identity and better positioning as participants in the country's modernization process. The spread of education entailed, by definition, the inclusion of groups that were hitherto excluded from the educational process, the poor and women. This, I think, was the most important change in education during the late Ottoman period. In the case of the Greek Orthodox populations, the attempts at spreading education were systematized in the 1870s and onwards, especially through school foundations in the local communities throughout the empire. This timeline leads us to connect the process with the foundation in 1870 of the Bulgarian Exarchate, the independent of the Patriarchate Bulgarian Orthodox Church. The Greek Orthodox elite considered this act a fatal blow to the already shrinking jurisdiction of the Patriarchate, which was an Ottoman mechanism of power securing Greek cultural hegemony in the Balkans, given that the creation of the Balkan nation-states with their own autocephalous churches was already underway. Thus, education, provided by the communities, represented an attempt to protect the power of the Patriarchate through the spread of Greek culture among the Orthodox populations claimed by the Bulgarian side. Educational endeavor was also linked to another factor, the fear of the growing European labor and socialist movement, considered as an enemy at the gates by the Greek Orthodox literate elite. Education became privileged mechanism for averting these dangers, provided that the lower classes would be included in the processes. The same resulted in education being perceived largely as philanthropy. The names of the educational associations in the various communities are indicative. For instance, Greek Educational Association in Chalcedon Mercy, Educational Association in Sarmatic named Providence, Education and Charitable Association in Fanar, etc. Besides, the funding of these schools came from the societies from tuition fees, with the rates also covering the fees of the poor pupils, from aid from locals and the church, and from extraordinary donations. Thus, philanthropy became the primary source of funding for this educational system. Next. The boom in education began from the early 1870s as the establishment of school was widespread throughout the empire. These activities sealed a general discourse about what was called the people. In 1871, Nikolaos Fotiadis, a member of the Board of Schools in Halki Island, stated that the shortcomings and vileness of the people should encourage us even more to intensify our efforts for the preservation and improvement of the schools. These shortcomings are a natural result of the lack of education. The wild trees are livelier than the cultivated ones and produce more abundant fruit. For this reason, extraordinary minds, the great benefactors of mankind, are usually born in the ranks of the people. The key objective was social cohesion. The people was presented as a human resource remaining unexploited thus far, while its development was the necessary condition for the progress and prosperity of the Greek Orthodox community and the Ottoman society in general. Within this framework, the spread of education to the lower classes means mainly two things. The first, the broadest possible effort for the advancement of the Orthodox millet, for its prevalence in the whole Ottoman modernization project, among other communities, and active support to the patriarchate and reinforcement of Greek cultural hegemony in the Orthodox millet, which means the effective containment of the Exarchate and Balkan nationalisms through the spread of Greek language and culture. The terms in which the social cohesion was perceived differed widely. At this point, it must be mentioned that community schools were open to children, at least in theory, to children of all social strata. In several activity reports by teachers and headmasters, it was emphasized that the coexistence of the rich and poor children created a spirit of fraternity which was expected to dispel class differences and conflicts. Yet, in parallel with the need for cohesion and integration of poor children in the community, it was stressed that social hierarchy should be reproduced through education. It was often emphasized that popular education in the form of community schools ought not to initiate the people into philosophical theories, but inspire piety, sound judgment, and most of all, skepticism towards demagogues, which means skepticism towards the labor movement and socialist theories. The emphasis on the equalizing effect of education and the stress on its role in the reproduction of social hierarchy were not mutually exclusive. Submission to social hierarchy was a precondition for inclusion in the Greek Orthodox community. The need also to expand and develop technical education for the lower classes was often stressed. As early as 1866, the exhortation to introduce vocational schools was heard. This is hard to dissociate from the disintegration of guilds and the decline of their social role. This reality created the need of some occupational groups to adapt to the new conditions. In that respect, community initiatives for education could be regarded as substitute for apprenticeship in guilds. Such an assumption is corroborated by the fact that the disruption of the hitherto prevailing social balance through the introduction of new economic relations in the Ottoman Empire during this period led to the breakdown of traditional ethno-religious basis of division of labor. Hence, the conflicts between the various communities for control of particular sectors. In this regard, the example of Peran Poor Girls School, the Σχολή Απόδων Κορασίων Σταυροδρομίου, with a dressmaking workshop operating for commercial purposes, is indicative. We should also take into account another aspect underlined by some eminent millet leaders. The development of technical education was considered a means for the regeneration of Ottoman crafts as a defense against the influx of European products. Yet, it should also be noted that the educational priority of the Greek Orthodox communities throughout this period was the spread of Greek language and history as a means of enhancing Greek identity in the poorest population, rather than technical education. Accordingly, no special emphasis was given to the creation of technical schools, and poor children were encouraged to attend the community schools, which, as mentioned before, were open to children for all social backgrounds. In addition, initiatives for the expansion of education were linked to the general demand for restriction of begging, a hitherto socially accepted activity involving a large number of children. Obviously, in the case of underage beggars, school education could be considered an apprenticeship mechanism alternative to begging, which was no longer socially acceptable, but was, on the contrary, considered as a social threat. Thus, it could be said that investment in the education of the poor, aimed apart from the dissemination of Greek culture, at the participation of the Orthodox millet in the reconfiguration of the economic structures of the Ottoman Empire, following its integration into the world market, as well as the consolidation of order throughout the country. In such a framework, the attempt to subject the new generation of the destitute to the principle to the destitute, to the principle of time and work discipline was of great importance. In the school environment, pupils were subject to strict bodily control within the framework of clock measurement of time, a novel concept for Ottoman society. In this way, the communities assumed the responsibility of disseminating the ideal of respectability among the poor. They undertook to integrate some of the penurious young into norms that were considered appropriate for their age, which means supervision and disciplining by elders, in contrast to adulthood. In other words, the communities attempted to treat these pupils as children, while the supervising communities adopted the role of the extended family. School discipline was considered an extension of family discipline. The correlation between family and school discipline was a permanent feature in the discourses on education. Lay bourgeois groups that headed communities and their educational mechanisms regarded men as the family breadwinners and leaders, prescribing for women the duties of housekeeping and child rearing. At this juncture, when the new generation of the lower classes was considered a vital factor for the future of an orthodoxy gradually perceived as being Greek, the importance of disciplining motherhood as a prerequisite for school discipline becomes apparent. Similar views, in tandem with the spread of women's education in the Ottoman Empire, were rife in public discourse. So, in the context of women's education, especially education for girls of the lower classes, was of primary importance. It was considered that education would deter them from corruption, which was considered to follow penury. On the other hand, education would lead them to the proper management of their household. Thus, their family would avoid penury, and maintaining respectability would not fall into the ranks of the mob, which was a threat to social order. Schools for girls were founded in most communities of the Ottoman Empire. Community schools for girls, like those of boys, were open to all social strata. The school for poor girls in Σταυροδρόμι in Beyoğlu, Σχολή Απόρων Κορασίων Σταυροδρομίου, was one of the few schools in the Orthodox communities specifically addressing the poor through the name and the financial activities of the dressmaking workshop operating there, in the context of Greek Orthodox education being perceived as a mechanism of social cohesion. It is noteworthy, however, that in this context, home economics never became prominent in the curriculum, compared with Greek language and history, which is a further indication of the role of education as a means of integrating poor women into Greek Orthodox communities. Professional use of education after graduation was never a matter of priority, even though female pupils could also benefit from it. Even the headmistress of the School of the Poor Girls in Peraun, underlined that the graduates' main virtues were, as she said, Greek upbringing and deep religious faith, both immune of any foreign element. This underlines once more the importance of the poor's education as a means to enhance Greek identity in the Orthodox millet. The following tables present a significant increase in the number of pupils from 1860 to 1912 in three cities of the empire: Istanbul, Salonika, two of the largest cities of the country, and Monastir, a provincial town. Monastir. I think you see an increase in the number of pupils. This increase is surely linked with the demographic growth of Greek Orthodox populations in the cities during that period, mainly due to the immigrants, most of whom were destitute. In other words, according to the data, the poor were sending their children to school in ever-growing numbers. Yet, the data should be analyzed in relation to the authorities' reports detailing numerous cases of poor attendance and incomplete studies. Since the early 1870s, teachers were daily admonishing parents not to interrupt their children's studies with work. Indeed, according to reports by school boards, only a small percentage of pupils completed the school years and participated in the final exams. These data are there to mitigate the optimism generated by the numbers and allow us to assume that the value system schooling was standing for did not always spread in a smooth and linear way, since the young population emigrating to the urban centers faced hard conditions for survival. Ottoman laws contributed to this situation as well. According to the law on public education promulgated in 1869, the Maifi Umumi Nizam Namesi, the need for child labor in poor families or farm work justified school absenteeism. We could underline, in conclusion, that the discourse about the generalization of education created new categories of destitutes. Beggars, manual workers, small shopkeepers, itinerant merchants, farmers, and professional groups with a strong participation of minors were considered areas in which community had not only the right but also the duty to intervene by providing aid, financial as well as a moral one. They were considered needy regardless of their income. This crusade for school attendance also spread the Victorian ideal of domesticity across the social scale, the whole social scale. The ideal of motherhood as pillar of society and of the millet was increasingly gaining ground. Thus, the spread of education to the popular classes signaled a wider change in family relationships. From this starting point, family as a whole acquired new significations. The poor obviously constituted a point of departure for the constitution of childhood as a distinct social category, since all social actors invested power in its moralization. Perceptions of childhood were based on what childhood was not supposed to be: breadwinner, uncontrolled, undisciplined. These were the very features of poor children in the dominant discourses on the Greek Orthodox elite. Apparently, despite having the poor as their initial target, discourses on education actually concerned the whole society, the whole community. The young generation was socialized through the values of work and social progress. progress of the millet, and the empire as a whole. The concept itself was novel during that period, and it created new social expectations. Boys and occasionally girls also were trained as professionals, and girls mainly as teachers or craftswomen, and brought up to be independent, boys of course, independent heads of households who would inculcate the principles of work, discipline, and progress in their offspring, and hence contribute to the progress of the whole society. Throughout this process, new technologies of the self came about. The term technology of the self is Foucauldian and signifies the way in which individuals experience, understand, judge, and conduct themselves. Education, especially of the poor, aimed to construct a bourgeois self essential for the integration of the new generations into the bourgeois norms imposed by the ongoing westernization process. Even though the ideal of the self-made man was one of its main components, it was not by no means the only one. The poor were for the first time perceived as a part of the body politic. They were expected to contribute to the economic regeneration of the empire and the progress of the millet, but also to defend the millet and the empire from their numerous enemies. In these terms, Greek Orthodox education became a tool for integration in the structure of the Ottoman state and society. The Greek identity that education promoted was not considered incompatible with the Ottoman one. On the contrary, it was to a large extent its prerequisite. The patriarchate and the leadership of the millet, which were meant to be reinforced, as well as the community institutions, were Ottoman mechanisms. Accordingly, the national cause was not necessarily identical with the irredentist plans of the Greek state at the time, though many did interpret it in that light. In addition, these new social perspectives opening up through secular education for the poor, and mainly the promise of upward social mobility, greatly contributed to the cultural hegemony of the secular bourgeois groups who spearheaded the process over the clergy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this Foucauldian presentation. It reminded me, of course, of other cases like the Armenian one or the Jewish one. We have a very limited time, but I think we will devote 10 minutes at least for some questions. So if you can be brief in your questions, in your interventions. If anyone wants to say something, to ask for something. Yes, please.
Yes, I think it's possible to talk about these developments such as the Greek Revolution as an event, as a development which is scattered in different parts of the Aegean. So I think your work also fits into that, into like broadening the space of the Greek Revolution into the other parts of the Aegean rather than the Peloponnese or the islands, the Western Aegean islands. So it might be a way to think broadly about what was happening during this time, particularly in the mid-19th century. So I think we might include different levels of political development, but also, like as you also said, various types of groups of people who were moving around, either Muslims or non-Muslims, so a consideration of them across different parts of the Aegean, and So I think it might be a way for us to think about these various localities around the Aegean, across the Aegean, from the perspective of these macro developments and how they impacted local communities. So it might be a way to rethink about how we are analyzing. Might be a term to think about what was happening in the Aegean at that time. Thank you for the question.
Baron Kevorkian. This gentleman over there had something to say.
For it did not attempt to mold the society of İzmir at all. It preferred to keep Smyrna as it is, first of all because of the economic benefits Smyrna provided for the empire. It is maritime activity, especially in the 19th century, in the 1830s, with the coming of the steamships, and with the agents. We know about the infrastructure, the telegraphs. The mobility reached its unbelievable level. Therefore, the empire was already very in difficulty, especially after the Crimean War. It was the most costly war of the 19th century. And it took officially the first big loan during the Crimean War, then again in 1862. So in 1875 already declared it is bankruptcy. So all during this time, İzmir was very, in terms of economic terms, was very beneficial for the empire. Therefore, I don't think that it strictly, like it did in Istanbul, strictly tried to implement Ottomanism policies in the city. Just vice versa, wanted to keep the social cohesion, collaboration as it is, not to disturb economic benefits of the city that served the empire very well at that age. And plus, İzmir was a modernizing picture of the empire. At that age, in the Middle Eastern lands of the empire, Lebanon, for example, there was a great problem. It had to grant it autonomy, then to gear it with the regulations. So on the face of such turbulent events, Smyrna was also multi-religious, multi-ethnic city. If we think Samos, for example, it granted official autonomy to Samos in 1831. Therefore, it preferred to keep Smyrna's socio-economic structure as it is, not to disturb the balance the city developed over centuries.
Thank you. Thank you, Feryal Hanım.
Permettez-moi juste, je voudrais compléter à ce que Notre collègue, Monsieur Kevorkian, a posé la question. Vous avez tout à fait raison. Il s'agit d'une homogénéité. Parce que je travaillais sur l'éducation des jeunes filles à Constantinople sur Zapion. Donc, cette homogénéité a pour but la diffusion de l'idée nationale. Pour la diffusion de l'idée nationale, on a besoin d'une homogénéité et la diffusion au maximum par l'intermédiaire de jeunes maîtresses qui avaient leurs études en Suisse à Paris. Et comme vous avez tout à fait raison, comme vous avez dit, le système français, c'est pourquoi le système français, c'est l'occidentalisation, le reflet de la modernisation ottomane dans l'éducation, étant donné on a les écoles de l'Alliance juive universelle qui influencent beaucoup, soit à Salonique, soit à Smyrne, soit à Istanbul. Et deuxièmement, c'est les heures de la langue étrangère du français, c'est presque comme la langue maternelle. Et vous savez, c'est pourquoi? Pour éviter les jeunes filles grecques orthodoxes d'aller aux écoles catholiques. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il s'agit d'une éducation homogénéisée pour la diffusion plus large de l'idée nationale. Donc, c'est exactement ce que vous dites, l'homogénéisation à travers le système français. On l'utilise, mais on évite que nos étudiants aillent dans des écoles françaises. C'est ce que c'est très bien votre remarque. C'est tout à fait ce qu'ils font à Constantinople.
As far as I understood the question, yes, of course. As far as I understood the question, of course, people who would not attend a school at all would remain very different from those going to school, and that was the point Raymond Kevorkian wanted to emphasize. And so probably the difference, the cultural difference between not only the West and the local Christians, but the local Christians and the local Muslims would get bigger. Due to material reasons, we have to stop this question. But Efikaner intervenes, rightly so. Please, if you have a last question, jump on the opportunity. Ferial.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. No. In fact, nothing happened to Halep, but in favor of Izmir, something happened in the eastern borders of the empire during the Ottoman Safavid wars in the late 16th and early 17th century. At that point, merchants in general in the eastern Mediterranean were very in favor of Halep, and they had their base there. But because of the war condition, Halep became insecure. Plus, Aleppo as a city had strict rules regarding merchants, traders. In Smyrna, the situation was more flexible. Therefore, while they were searching for a more secure port, they preferred Smyrna, first of all because of its natural harbor. It was very deep and a natural harbor, and therefore they preferred to switch their bases to Smyrna in the 17th century. This was the main reason. They were in search for a more secure port city because they couldn't just leave their everything and left the Eastern Mediterranean already. For a century, they worked hard to take their bases in the region. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. We shall be here after 15:30, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have a dinner. Don't forget, we have a dinner. A dinner after.
In the evening.
In the evening. 8:30.